Yeah, everybody's doing a great job. Let's move it along here. This young man with a little bit of a bobble or a little bit of stuff you had to work for this one.
Yeah, we got stuck with the tractor tire again. Or something else, I don't know.
I love the smile that you got. It's kind of like a defeated smile, but all right, man. Well, you made it work and you were able to get back up to second place, so that's a great job on your part.
Yeah, last all the way to second, that's pretty good.
I mean, you got to feel good about that. Well, all right. I know you got a busy day up here on this podium. You got a lot of classes. Tell us about the people that make it happen for you.
God for keeping me safe, my mom and my dad, Jimmy Extreme Machine Fabrication, and Jimmy for being my spotter, and Jaden for my tires, and that's it.
All right, Jackson with the road. We're doing a great job out here, holding it down in second place. But a young lady is going to be very excited. Man, Allie, you should talk to us about it, man. Great job out there. You got out front, and you just had to just drive it on home.
Yeah.
How did it feel out there?
Pretty good. I got really excited when he went off the track.
I mean, that can be a level of excitement. You got to just stay focused out there on that race, though, to get that coveted number one position.
Yeah, it was pretty muddy, though.
It is muddy. Tell us about that. How did you combat that?
Well, not a lot of the parts were super muddy. It was mainly just from, like, after the whoops to turn 4. So.
And it did collect a driver, so that can be pretty treacherous. Well, good for you. Congratulations on first place. Let's talk about the people that make your race program happen.
My mom and dad, Extreme Machine and Fabrication, R&R Steel, Bobby, Rugged Radios, Dynajet, Hoosier Tires, Rob Muzzy, and anyone else I'm forgetting.
I don't think you're forgetting everybody. Congratulations, sir. Make some noise, and we're going to go back up to Race Central. Who do we got up next?
We have the 170 limited intermediate class coming up next.
This is a great class out here. You can hear Allie talking about how muddy it was out there. She had to deal with the mud. But extending her lead over the rest of the pack, we saw that it can be done. And looking down at the tires, I'm not seeing a big change in the tires. These are a lot of the things that they ran yesterday. I do see a little narrow groove on Allie's rear tires, but and also Brixton Wirt down here rather, also with the same setup. And Luke Vale looking like a unique groove here, and pretty much it is interesting to see the tire choices of all the teams out here. So far, all of them pretty different. Well, you know, I was thinking that the rain was really going to cut into a little bit of the racing and the strategies, but from what I'm seeing so far, we've got a very decent track out here. Let's get rid of one of these. Oh, wait, which one do we get rid of? Well, here we are, Mia Chapman with the 170 limited intermediate, row number 123 of Kyler Mendoza. Great race yesterday, finishing here on top of the box. Row number right beside him, Hudson Doyle, Blaine Proctor in row number 2, and Brianna Walton for the top 4. What a stacked field out here. 12 cars going into turn 1. Can they get through clean? And already a little bit of pileup, collected a few drivers. 3 cars into turn number 2, but looks like they're getting it sorted out. Now these cars, they don't have reverse, do they?
No, I believe they do.
You think they do? I'm not sure. I have never driven a 170.
It's been so long since my little brother raced them.
Yeah. Well, back to racing. Kyler Mendoza out front early, but now looking down at the track, coming through, it's the 831 car of Hudson Doyle out front. And Kyler Mendoza now, our victor from yesterday, having to chase down Hudson Doyle. And I think this is the results that Hudson Doyle and the team wanted yesterday. As you see, the car of Brianna Walton in third place. You know, I lied. I didn't think it was going to be as cold today. I lied. Yeah, I can see your breath. Yeah, we're cold. Well, you know what, though? That brisk air, that sun just comes through that clouds. We're going to be all right here today. I don't think there's going to be a lot of precipitation. And I keep not wanting to say that so you guys don't blame it on me. Say, well, Mark, you're the one that said it. It's your fault the rain's here. But right now, Hudson Doyle extending the lead over our winner yesterday of Kyler Mendoza. And now the number 213 of Blaine Proctor in third place. And Brianna Walton moving backwards here on that lap. And Hawthorne up, BJ Hawthorne in the 72, finding himself up there. There he is, the man, the myth, the legend. We've been talking about him. The Cowboy. Kelvin in race command. Hey, Kelvin. He's got to make his round, see? But I'm going to ask that the camera here get on Kelvin over here just for 2 seconds when we get him over here. But, man, he is celebrity. I don't care. That is off-road celebrity right there. Don't you get a little energized when he comes into the building?
Yeah, no, definitely. I've known him forever. Used to the track prep on the Lucas series. And yeah, he's an awesome guy.
It's just hard not to. He just puts a smile on everybody's face when he walks over. That's right. Kelvin. We gotta wait for our time with him. All right, but while we're waiting for Kelvin, I want you all to meet Kelvin. We were talking about him, and he's up here in race command, so I'm not gonna let him escape the camera this time. So, all right, but back to racing. Hudson Doyle still in command of this race, but it looks like he's gonna start getting some pressure from Kyle. White flag fly for your leader, Hudson Doyle, with Kyler Mendoza still in chase. So, Hudson Doyle going to have to run a flawless last lap because it does appear that Kyler Mendoza has bridged the gap. And Blaine Proctor now got a little clean air in third place. But a long way to go, and I just don't think they're going to make it up here. Kyler Mendoza now trying to get it done, but he's only got 2 more turns. Hudson Doyle going to have to pull it right in here and not make any mistakes. 2 more straightaways and 1 corner to go. And the white flag flies for the rest of the field. Hudson Doyle down the front straightaway, coming down a victory. The checkered flags are waving. And there it is. You can already see the hand off the wheel. And Kyler Mendoza, our winner from yesterday, in second place. And rounding off our podium, it's the number 213 car of Blaine Proctor. We're going to talk with the drivers here in a moment. This is facts. Well, all right, we've got our podium. Check this out. What a great podium. Well, Blaine Proctor, you're enjoying a great weekend of racing. You can't complain. Almost every race you're in, you're making the podium.
Yeah, I'm really excited.
Well, let's talk about the... Yeah, I'm really excited. I'm so excited. I'm totally teasing you. Let's talk about the mud out there. Track's actually pretty perfect. What do you think?
I feel like this morning you guys were right about turn 2 and turn 5. Those are really muddy up top, so I just try to keep low at the bottom. And my coach was telling me outside, inside, and those were the best lines.
Those really are. I mean, you get the outside line, and it pulls you right down in the front. Well, you know, you did a great job out there. You made it to the podium. Like I said, you've been in here all weekend long. Let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
Jimmy for coaching me, my dad for helping me out, my mom and my family for supporting me, Extreme Machine Fabrication for making my car, Wither Road Construction for helping, PCR, Valley Steel, and you guys for making the wonderful day happen, and also God for keeping me safe.
Well, very good. On behalf of Court, we say thank you. We love having racers like you here. Proctor. Well, let's move right along. Kyler Mendoza yesterday, a little bit different turnout, but man, you had your hands full today. A muddy track, a little bit of slippery conditions, but tell us about your race.
Yeah, when I was going out, while I was following Shane, my car turned off, so I thought I was done for the race. But then I looked at my micron, and then my RPMs were low, so I just noticed that my whole car shut off because I was just sitting there not doing nothing.
Right. And that can be very disheartening watching the track, and you know you got your work cut out for you on this race.
Yeah, and then I was catching Hudson a lot, and then losing him, and then catching him.
Yeah, it was going back and forth. That's exactly how I called it. Well, hey, a great weekend of racing. I know you're not disappointed.
Yeah, no, I'm really happy what I placed.
All right, very good. Well, let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
JG Racing, Extreme MF, Hoosier Racing, Tire, Legion Tattoo, and then HMD Reps, and then my family from New York. And then
She was queuing in a little bit early on the chat.
yeah.
Say hi, Grandma.
Hi, Grandma.
Kyler Mendoza, everybody. Great racer, second place. But Hudson Doyle right now, dude, you got out front, and you just checked out.
Yeah.
And you heard Kyler talk about you were in and out. So what was going on out there? Were you slipping it up a little bit?
Kyler was ahead of me on the start. Then he scrubbed a lot of speed in the corner, and then I took his outside, and then I just held first.
That is the way to race right there. It was exciting to watch, too. Watching the rest of the field play catch-up, you just checked out.
Yeah.
I liked it. All right, well, let's talk about the people that make things happen for you.
God for keeping me safe, my mom, my dad, my family, Valley Beverage, the Body Process, DS Customs, H&H Jumpers, Hoosiers, the Prime Leaf, and then all my friends for supporting me.
Man, that is a big list, man. I'd be struggling, too. You got a lot of people. Make some noise. Hudson Doyle, you winner of the 170 class. And, man, we got a lot more coming. Me and Chapman, what do we got up next?
We have our 170 limited beginner class coming up next. We are green, green, green for a 170 limited beginner class.
All right, Mia Chapman. Boy, it is chilly today. It is way worse than yesterday. And I got this mega blanket up here. And I think my mega blanket is more cumbersome than not. Well, the Moses out front. Where is our list there? We got Lamosa's out front here, and the Hoganist, the single hardest name. It is not that hard, but you look at it, you want to say Hoganist, you want to say so many different words. Hoganist, but it's Hoganist. H-O-Guinness. Well, I got it right. It's Hoganist. Uh-oh. Would you mind? You want to have that? Tell us about that again. How many about the name?
We probably heard it 30 or 40 different pronunciations.
I mean, it's crazy. It's not that hard of a word, and you'd figure the memory would kick in of Hoganist. Now I've got it. I mean, but every single time I've said it a million times so far, and I still mess it up. There's something about the word, the letter combination, that you've said it, and as you guys are like, how's everybody messing this up? It's pretty simple.
Gun S.
Gun S. I like that. See, if you remember the gun in it, Gun S. Hoganist. You got it. I say it like Guinness beer. Hoganist.
Yeah.
Guinness beer.
Close.
If we remember Guinness beer, we got it. And then it's just H-O. H-O to the Guinness beer. Yeah. Hoganist. I love
like
it.
our leaders are coming into some lap traffic here on this last corner.
There you go. Now we got Mia Chapman up here in our race command. I love it. Well, here we go out front. Dylan Lamosas. And the brothers, man, those brothers, I don't care how you say it, as long as you come up to Hoganist, those two brothers are tough. And look at them. Here they are again. Carter and Cooper. And just, they battle it. I love the livery of the car. If you look at them, one's green, one's blue, but identical livery. I think that's a smart thing to do.
Definitely, yeah, pretty easy to spot from up here.
Hey, kids, what's your favorite color? Blue. No, green. Green. No, I like green. All right, blue. And then there you go. Same livery. The kids can't complain. They got their favorite color. Okay. So Dylan Lamosas right now out front in our 170 limited beginner class. And there are a lot of cars out there. 14 entries up there. And talking to the competitors down there, the track is as perfect as I've been saying it is.
Yeah, it definitely looks like a pretty good racetrack. I mean, all the races have gone pretty smooth and relatively uneventful so far, which is definitely a good thing to have. So, yeah, they're looking good out there.
I mean, what more can you ask for racing? Everybody go racing, race their pace. Be as aggressive as you need to be as timid as you want to be. And that is a big factor, too, when we talk about racing. Some of these drivers, aggressive lines, aggressive turns, and then the drag race down the straightaway, especially in a limited class like this. When we say they're limited, they're limited. So what's really cool about that is we always talk about it, a driver's class. What does a driver's class mean to you, Mia Chapman? A driver's class, like where it boils down to the driver. These cars are identically prepared, they're limited, so you don't really get an advantage because of the modifications or the money that you spend into your engine.
Yeah, I think classes like that can definitely showcase a driver's abilities and capabilities out there, just because you're so limited with, you know, the horsepower and the cars out there are relatively the same for the most part. So really all it comes down to is the driver behind the wheel.
And that's what it really boils down to. You got some drivers, you know, a little more cautious, a little more timid, a little more easy on equipment, we say it. And then you got the drivers. Let's talk about one of them. I was just looking over the bleachers here. Dan Kelly. Absolutely brilliant to watch. You can actually feel his aggressiveness from up here. And as we saw yesterday, a broken tie rod, it didn't even slow him down. He didn't even lift at all. In fact, it's almost like he was mad he was going to destroy the rest of the car, proving his point that he can make it around the track without a tie rod.
Yeah, no, definitely didn't stop him from driving until, the whole tie rod actually prevented him from turning. So,
and again, any other driver on the planet Earth would have plowed into turn number 3 like that and just waited for the crew to come get him. Nope, not Dan Kelly. He put it in reverse, stood on it, pointed the car the right way, stood on it until he got him off the track. That I have to tell you, I become fans of racers because, number one, they're smart racers and they get the job done and they make the box every single race. I also become a fan of racers because Adrian Cheney, the Wild Man, he's actually got the nickname the Wild Man because of shenanigans like that on multiple occasions. Well, our Wild Man here at Core is definitely Dan Kelly.
definitely.
I love watching him. I'm not a little fan of Dan Kelly. I'm a huge fan. Like, love Jason Weller, love Bobby Van Beekem, but I'm telling you, my stardom is Dan Kelly, man, because I have to say he reminds me of a little something I know, and I've always been talking about you, but now I'm talking about me. I can relate to Dan Kelly. I can really relate to him. In fact, and I just gave him his props because I was just looking over the bleachers here, and he's right here behind us, so
Yep.
kind of staying fresh. But back to this race, Dylan Lamosas, no problem at all out front. And here he comes around one more time, the checkered flag. The number 180 of Dylan Lamosas, or 188 rather. And the Hoganist brothers right behind them. Hogan S. That's how we're going to do it. So the Hoganist brothers doing a great job out there. The spotters now. We'll talk with them. Have you seen them? The Hoganist brothers, they got a mullet. The mullet is back in business.
Yeah, they were some pretty awesome kids. It's always fun to listen to them talk and,
It is.
get more comfortable under the mic, so it's cool.
You know what? That's funny. Core Raceway, we got a lot of the new racers out here. And I'm not sure who they had announced for the inaugural year out here at Core. But I bet you, being a young kid, you're just getting out here in the Core and you got me to deal with. Same with you. When you were young and looking at me, you'd look at me like, wow, this guy is a little too much. He's attacking me after a race. I just need to chill out right now. And this guy's over here screaming, what the hell? That was a great race. I bet that's a lot to deal with. Well, that thing's cooking bacon back here, isn't it? Couple dead. What was I talking? Some dead.
That's fine. It was just clearing out the debris from the
Yeah. Well, I figured. But why is that facing this way? Turn.
No, it's facing that way for morning.
It ain't gonna make it that far. You're out your man. Look at the blanket she got. You're out your damn mind. You face that this way, woman. You take my blanket. You face that towards me. Oh, what happened here? Oh, lap drive. Carter's 214.
11.
Yeah. So it should be. Yeah, Hogan is. Carter is yelling. Cooper is All right, let's get these brothers up here. We gotta go. Dylan Moses, I love this young man. Always in a great mood. And the winner, come on, brothers. The Hoganist brothers, Carter and Cooper. You're Carter, right? Got it. I'm getting it. I'll get you guys. Well, let's get it going while we're waiting for Cooper. Carter Hoganist, we got it, man. I've got it down now, so there aren't going to be no problems for the rest of the year. But, man, you guys just doing business as usual, getting it done and getting to the podium.
Yeah.
Feels pretty good out there. Tell us about the mud.
I just kept getting blasted. My car's full of sand and mud.
Wow. I mean, a night of rain, that's going to do that.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's get to the people that make your race program happen.
Friend, family, Uncle Kenny for being my spotter. 2X, 518, and everybody else I forgot.
Well, there you go. A young man is no stranger to this podium, but now we're moving right along to the brother. And, man, again, you heard me talk to your brother. A day of just usual, a day at the office for you guys.
Yeah.
How are you dealing with the mud?
I'm just lucky I didn't get roasted.
I mean, right? You were in second place, and Moses just checked out, so you didn't get a lot. You didn't have to deal with a lot of roosts, but you were just punishing your brother. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Does that feel cool when you're like, yeah, eat my nuts?
Yeah.
I just love your guys' little sibling rivalry. I love it. It's beautiful. All right, well, let's talk about the way that your program happens for you. People that make your race program happen. Sponsors, mom, dad.
2X Motorsports, my mom, my dad, 518, Chad, Jake, and everyone else.
All right, well, very good. Congratulations, second place out there, Cooper Hoganist. And this one, Mr. Lamosas Dylan, you did a great job. You just got out there, and it was your race at that point.
It was all good. I wasn't expecting to be like better at 1 or 2.
Yeah, 1 and 2, and even 3, they seem to be the hard corners out here. And oddly, you'd think it would be 5 or 6, but man, the hard corner, well, I guess the hardest I think would be turn number 2.
Yeah.
But you handled it like a pro. All right, well, let's talk about the race and who makes your race happen.
The most was racing, 2 brothers, my dad and mom.
All right, short and simple. Dylan Lamosas, your victor right here in the 170 class. And Mia Chapman, we got another race coming your way.
We have our 170 modified class coming up next.
170 modifieds. These are the same cars that you see right in front of us, yet we've removed the limitations of them, so now they can be modified, and it's very interesting to see the creations that we were talking about the teams earlier and what they do to give them that edge around the course. And this is going to be no short end of other than spectacular.
We will be going green here soon for our 170 modified class.
Me and Chapman, let's get back to racing. The modifieds out on the course right now. All right. I'm fed, I'm warm, and we got championship off-road racing happening.
Definitely, yeah. Looks like our early leader will be Samuel Gibbs with Allie Easton following close right behind him, but there is battles all over this
Man, it
class.
is, and when we're talking about this modified class, you can see the groups separated out there. We've got like 8 cars battling for the lead, well 7, but Samuel Gibbs, Allie Easton, the Cotter car, Jackson Cotter, Jake Hill, one of our racers from the earlier 170 class, is now getting down in the modified class. Right. No, but I was just looking at the names. I got it. I was actually doing a double take on the overlay that we have there. Jake Hill, Cash Hart, and the Reimer car, Bryce Reimer, will round off your top 6. Another name, a little bit of a weird one there because the I could be Rimmer, but it's I like Reimer. We got that one down. And look at this, a challenge. Samuel Gibbs gets a challenge from Allie Easton, but Samuel Gibbs closing the door in turn 1. And Allie loving the inside of turn 2, and I can't say that's not a smart line. And we got a car that somehow pushed off turn number 2. And I do believe that's the Jake Hill car. I could be mistaken, but I'm not. That is the Jake Hill car. And Jake Hill now going to have his hands full as he pushed way off to this at the exit of turn 2. So we'll find out what happened there. Maybe when I get done with the top 3, I'll run over there and interview Jake Hill and see what happened there in turn 2. But Allie Easton, we got a race out front. This is the race. Check it out right there, coming into the chicane, coming into turn number 6. And Allie loving the inside lines. You hear a lot of the racers going outside in, but Allie, just the opposite. She loves to go in and stay in, and if she has to, go out for the slingshot. I'm glad someone noticed that. It's really awesome. You know, we've had 2 different relationships. I had announcer and little kid, like the same way I'm interviewing these kids. I used to interview you, and now dealing with, like, literally we took a break off and I never even saw you. I just had to watch your career from the from the internet and what you post. And I was always proud of you. You're like, oh, she raced this race, and so awesome. And every now and again, I'd post some of you kids, the pictures. Like when Cole Mamer did really good, he won a race, and I'd say, well, Cole, I'm so excited for you, and so on. And same with you. But now here I am dealing with you as Mia Chapman, the adult. So now we got a whole other. It's like the Mia Chapman kid is gone. It's now Mia Chapman. So I'm glad you noticed that, I guess is what I'm saying. All right, well, back to racing here, though. The race out front, they're dealing with some lap traffic. Now Ali Issa to that inside line. And dealing with, or is that lap traffic? That isn't lap traffic. That actually is the battle. The number 136 car. Crew Hart. So that isn't lap traffic. That was Crew Hart. Boy, I made that first mistake of my life right there. Not really, guys. Not really. But loving these kids, giving me something very energetic to talk about. The top three now. We have a race. Look at that. Just one car separating all three. As your leader, Samuel Gibbs, just extending a little bit as they drag race down the straight. As you can see him here. And Crew Hart down to the inside of Ali Easton. You know, you talk with Ali Easton and her and her sister on the podium. They got a lot to say. They got a lot of race in them. Podium just kind of even keel for them. You know what I mean? You would think that an even keel person would not be this aggressive on the racetrack. And they are super aggressive. Both her and her sister. Very aggressive. Crew Hart pulling off, getting out of the... Oh, not Crew Hart. That's Samuel Gibbs. And look at that car just completely lost power. So, tough break for Samuel Gibbs. Wow. But that's handing the lead. We were just talking about her. Here we go. Miss Calm, Cool, and Collected. Miss Aggressive right there. As you see, Crew Hart giving a bump to the inside, which is funny because I was just talking about her. She does not give up that inside line, and she just did. And a little bit of tapping going on there, but Rubbin's racing.
Definitely, yeah. No, an awesome battle up front. We only have 3 laps to go, so it'll be interesting to see how this shakes up.
Well, this is where I think Ali has a little bit of an Achilles heel, if you will, in racing. And I think what it is adversity like this just unfolds in racing as we see Samuel Gibbs off to the side of the track in no harm's way. But now, Ali is setting the pace. So now everything right now is her attitude, her race, and everything right now. So she is commanding the pace, and she's got a tough competitor in Crew Hart right behind her. Oh, there is that.
I do both cars.
Okay. Well, all right. So 2 things happen there. I guess it's Crew Hart and Ali Easton boyfriend-girlfriend thing. But here we go. Crew says, oh, honey, not today. Ali Easton now, they are wheel to wheel coming down the back straightaway as they come up to the front. Crew Hart now out front. Yeah. White flag flying. Is Ali Easton now going to find what she needs to do? Let's see here in turn 2. Watch what Ali Easton does to the inside. She's going to do the typical outside to inside. Here she goes. But Crew Hart knew she was going to do that. Look at Crew, how tight he stayed in turn number 2. See, that's the thing. Especially if you're telling me it's a boyfriend-girlfriend thing. Crew knows what's going on with Ali.
Yeah, it's definitely going to add a different level of competition to the mix. But they are 2 very talented drivers and smooth on the wheel. And you never really know when you get them 2 together who's going to come out on top. But 2 more corners to go. We'll see who it's going to be.
Well, we hit a great race to announce anyhow as they're coming down the back straightaway. I bet you, knowing Ali for what I know, she's going to have that little emotion to her on the line. You know the one I'm talking about? Do you know the emotion? I knew the dynamics of me and you announcing together. I was going to bring up your career. Mia's looking at me now. Don't bring me into this. Your winner, Crew Hart, and Ali Easton in second place. And that was going to hand our third place to The Foster car of Ryder Foster. Another Ryder.
Forrester.
Forster. Did I say Foster? I messed it up.
Pretty close.
All right. You know, I actually did know it was Forrester, but I do. But that happens. Announcing, you just, it's hard sometimes, as you're finding out. I love everybody that say I could be an announcer. You put the mic up there, say something. They don't realize. They don't realize the power of a microphone.
Yeah, definitely.
And it's starting to become just second nature for you, but it's definitely second nature to me. All right, well, we'll talk with the drivers. Coming up next. Yeah, right? We were talking about a triple and double duty, but man, this young lady, she just races every class she can start to get in. Well, Ryder Forrester, great job out there. Little bit of racing going on there in front of you, and man, it unfolded, and here you are, third place.
Yeah, Bryce was right behind me, and then I just wanted to go for it to get the third place, and then he was on me, but then I just pulled off.
Now, does that feel good? You're out there racing, you're battling, you're trying to get your line out there, and next thing you know, whoa, you're the victor. You get out in front of it, you're like, yes!
Yeah.
All right, well, very good. Great race to watch and a great race to announce. So let's talk about the people that make it happen over there.
My mom, my dad, my brother, my older brother, Hudson and crew, Jack, Cole, Blarper.
Did you say Blarper?
Yeah.
I was like, did you just mess that name up? All right, go ahead. What, I messed you up there saying Blarper?
Rugged Radios, Southwest Graphics and Wraps, Economy Plumbing.
And that's good. You did a fine job. Ryder Forrester's third place. Did a great job. And Allie Easton, let's talk about this. I know there's emotions going to be flying high right there. You inherited first place, and then you had to deal with crew. Talk about it.
I don't know.
You don't know. She's like, dang it. I kind of knew this when I was trying to be up there thinking, okay, how am I going to deal with this interview? I'm starting to learn your character, but I love it. Hey, you inherited the lead out there. I don't think you made any mistakes. Crew just had one turn for you, and you had to play catch up at that point, and I know that's disheartening.
Yep.
All right, well, let's talk about the things and people that make it happen for you.
Extreme Machine and Fabrication, my mom and dad, Rob Muzzy, Hoosier Tires, R&R Steel, Bobby, Rob Muzzy, and what else I'm forgetting?
Well, this young lady very passionate about racing, and look at that. It shows she has to settle for second place, but this man, Crew Hart, taking it for you. Hey, you know what? You see the opportunity, no matter who it is, you got to take it.
Yeah.
And you just took it off, and, man, you just had to hold your lines at that point because you know she was right there.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't have the best day. I got hit, messed up, and then Ryder was on my butt, so I had to pass him. And then today, Todd gave me a good advice, so come in the corner. My dad calls it the bump and run. I bump him, and then I get the inside and
drag him and then hold my line, and then I just did that, and I got the first, and then I was just it off.
The bump and run is one of the hardest things to pull off successfully in any form of racing because the bump can't be too hard. It's got to be just right. And that's hats off to you for filling it out. I also noticed in turn 2, Allie loves the inside line as she has taken a lot of places taking that inside line. I noticed you protected like you weren't letting her have that at all.
Yeah.
All right, well, very good. Let's talk about the people that make your race program happen.
R&R Steer, Todd Easton, my mom, my dad, my brother, Hoosier Tires, Wade at Daylight, Wolverine, Extreme Dreams, Core for the Amazing Show, Elka Shocks, and Cruise Armor for my visor, and anyone else I'm forgetting.
Well, make some noise for Crew Hart, your victor here in this 170 modified. Mia Chapman, we got a lot more races coming up here on round number 4.
We have our 800 open / modified class coming up next.
Rally, get me out of the way. Get out of the way. That's off-road royalty right there. The greatest pictures in off-roading. Follow your lead. All right, we're going to take about a 15-minute break here real quick. Stick around. Well, all right, everybody. We're getting ready to get started here again after our little 15-minute intermission. We might do that this day because we don't have qualifying rounds today. So we get right back into racing. Mia Chapman, do I see the 250 modifieds right now?
Should be the 800 open / modified class up next.
Oh, okay. The reason I was asking that, there's a car that we have, the Torres car. I think it's Leo Torres. His modified 250. I simply love that car. It is amazing. The lines, the width, the sound. You know, there's just certain race cars that have a look. Am I lying? Have you ever seen a race car? You know it's hot. You know what works. And they got it all together. And aesthetically, it looks great. The livery looks great. The wheels look great. You know, like people think that nice paint and 22-inch wheels and little teeny profile tires, they think that looks good. I don't. I just don't. I like beadlock rims, awesome race livery, Fox shocks, you know, the list goes on and on, you know.
For you?
I don't know if that one's going to fit me. This one will not fit me. So if somebody else can, I'm too fat for this one. So, oh. So now we even trade. Your mom's got the luxury. Look at that. No, it's good. I'm good. Thank you. Give it to him if there you go. Yep. Give it to Ryan. I was just getting ready to say if it could just stay like it just was for the rest of the day, that was great. Like it wasn't too cold. The wind chill is what I think ups the cold factor. So. All right, Mia Chapman, the 800 Open, and I do believe the only Open that we have out there is Olivia Woods, Audrey French, Jackson Witherow, Kaya Sane, Blaine Proctor, and Logan Menser. A lot of names that we've seen all weekend long, with the exception of Kaya. This is her class right here in the 800 Modified. Olivia Woods, the only 800 Open we got here. And you can see here the Blaine Proctor, Logan Menser, Olivia, Jackson Witherow and Audrey French, all from Arizona. The other two drivers, or one driver rather, Kaya Sane, she makes the trip all the way from California when we're in Arizona, and vice versa. She's right here in her backyard and probably her home track right here at Glen Helen.
Definitely, yeah. We saw her up on the podium yesterday. A really solid run from her. She definitely knows how to drive that car and is very confident behind the wheel.
Well, it was exciting at Firebird when we had the race there. Kaya Sane got her first podium ever, and you know, being an announcer, I have to tell you, I never ever get tired of a first-time podium. Never. Crazier than yet, she got her second podium the same weekend. So special thanks to a lot of the people out here that make the behind the scenes happen. We were talking about Kelvin out there on the tractor, just doing an amazing job. I got to say to Shane to his face during the drivers meeting, I got to say, Shane, you do an exceptional job. You love what you do. So Shane, hats off to you as well. Up here in the booth, Marnie Jones, scoring is her niche. You know what I'm saying? That is what she is great at. She's always been good at it. And I was going to say, this young lady right here, and look at this. Right as I was getting ready to tell her, Anika Evans out here, she's like the mom up here. She makes sure we all got blankets and everything else we need. And right there, for whatever reason, I needed hand sanitizer. But, all right. So the Menster car looking like it having problems early. The Menster car going backwards. Logan Menster, that's got to be a heartbreak for him. But now let's look out there on the class. Olivia Woods doing a great job holding the open class down. Love the livery on that car. And the 197 car of Kea Sane. Now, we were talking about it. Kea has had a couple podiums now. But what about this one being on top of the podium? I think this is going to be a new one for her.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, okay. Well, and I don't know. I spoke too soon. Looking at the overlay, I did not see Jackson Witherroad just checked out.
Yeah, he got the lead early and is having a really good run. He's been on our mic all morning running in different classes, but definitely killing it in this one.
It's my second mistake of my life right there. Well, back to off the racing action. You can see the cars there coming down the front straightaway. Olivia Woods. She is the lone 800 open car out there in the number 583 car. But just straight up checking out Jackson Witherroad. And at this point, and I said it earlier yesterday, Jackson Witherroad at this point could just pull over, make himself a sandwich, and kick back.
Yeah, definitely no stranger to this class. Definitely is having a good run for sure. Looks like with no mistakes, he'll probably take home that win.
So is this the first of our mandatory caution classes? Go back to our schedule here. Indeed, the 800 Open and Modified is the first of the competition yellow. And now every race from this time on is going to be a competition yellow in these classes. But this isn't?
It's just a local yellow. I don't think we're at our mandatory yellow quite yet.
Yes, a local yellow. Okay, got it. Thank you.
I don't know where the caution is.
It's over there on the just past one. I just saw it too. They were behind the and they still are. You still can't see them. All right, great job there on the safety crew. They were so good on down the second straightaway. I couldn't even see the stalled car. All right, back to racing action. Jackson Witherroad just enjoying clean air. It's out for a Sunday drive on this fine Sunday day of racing.
I believe our mandatory yellow is out now, so now it'll give everybody a chance to regroup and catch up and take that green flag for a few more laps.
Well, me and Chapman, we talked about it this yesterday, and I know your sentiments, but if you're out there on Rumble and you don't know exactly what a competition yellow is, take us through what a competition yellow and how much it helps out the sport.
And hopefully drive their way up to the front, but it can definitely shake things up for sure.
Well, like in this particular example we just saw in the first half, Jackson Witherroad just checking out. And you can see Jackson, he is in the first of the lineup. Now, the car directly behind him, though, is the first of the 800 Opens, Olivia Woods. And the car number 197 of Kea Sane, she now has the opportunity. She was able to get her lines in. And her strategy now is she's got to let it all hang out because she knows that Jackson Witherroad is capable of running away with it. I'm going to settle this once and for all. It just looks like Jackson Witherroad's tires are just literally 1 inch larger than everybody else's. When I go down there this time, so far the tire, is he? They're 26s, so they're actually smaller. So I was just going to say.
They're Hoosier Bites.
Oh, okay. That's weird. Okay, they just look visually bigger. I said it yesterday. And the tire size that I started noticing was popular was the 27-inch tire. So And I was just told that they are 26s. So they're bites. So
Hoosier Bites, yeah. We run them in short course all the time, and they're a great tire, especially on tracks like this.
Well, Hoosier definitely our dominant tire out here at the Core Series. And Hoosier, just a big sponsor and a big help out here to everything that we do here at Core. JG Racing, they're the ones that bring us the Hoosiers, and we've been talking about them all weekend. But
yeah, there's a lot of different things you can do with the tires, so I think that's why they're so popular.
Well, I mean, you don't realize it until you literally go to a track, and regardless if they're sponsored or not, Hoosier is the dominant tire in most dirt track racing. A big checkup from KSA in turn 2. Olivia Woods was right there in the good checkup. If she didn't check that up, I'm afraid she would have T-boned her and spun her out at least. So great driving on KSA's part right there for keeping it together and checking up without taking the driver out. But here we are again. Jackson Witherow, lap number 1, already checking out of the second half. So Logan Menster way off pace and this is not a normal situation for Logan Menster. Great view right there from our drone going into turn 4 of Jackson Witherow taking command of this 800 modified class. And you can see the rest of the field leading that one, Olivia Woods. And now we got Blaine Proctor in third place of the 800 modified, rather. So one interesting thing, Mia Chapman, is looking at these cars, although this is still a lesser class than the 1000s, such as the RS 1000s and the other vehicles that we have out here. These are noticeably larger than the 170s, and they actually have a lot more displacement. A 570 that's kind of like a medium between the two. The 170s being the smaller classes, 570 being, let's call it a medium class, and then obviously the 1000 cars and everything, they are a lot larger than these cars. Is that accurate, or are these cars the same size as the large ones?
I'd say that's about accurate. Yeah, this class is a good stepping stone class out of the 170 class and kind of a middle ground before you get to that Youth 1000 classes.
Now, it could be just that, but I'm wondering how these cars, and if it's possible, and I think I did hear somebody running an 800 in a 1000 class. Is that possible? Have we seen that? I think we did see it at Shorty's.
Yeah, I think running an 800 in the 1000 class would definitely be challenging just because you're already down on horsepower. But definitely a good class to learn kind of what the pace is and kind of how the drivers drive. So if you wanted to run in it for fun just to get the feel, yeah, but we did see, I believe it was one of the Laming boys run their 800 in the 1000 class. So, I mean, you kind of really never know.
I mean, again, I think you're right, 100%. Something clicked in my mindset, my synopsis that I remembered. It stored it back to that somebody was running an 800. I think it was the XTC car. And I think he did race an 800 in a 1000 class. And I do believe he actually placed So, again, we were talking yesterday about how these classes are separated. You can race a lesser class in a higher class, but subsequently you can't race a higher class in a lower class. White flag flying for our leader, Jackson Witherow. Olivia Woods still holding down that second position, but she is in first place of the 800 Open. Kay is Sane in second place, and she's really got to hold it down right now because right behind her is a man that's been on this podium all weekend long, Blaine Proctor. And Logan Metzer, the hard luck trophy of the whole race. Just breaks my heart to see him this far behind the pack.
Yeah, definitely not a normal occurrence, I feel like, so I definitely wonder what's going on there.
Well, court officials told me to keep the interviews short and sweet on the podium, but maybe I will run down and find out what was going on with Logan. Well, more accurately, Casey Kane did. And there it is. Checkered flag flies for Jackson Witherow and the rest of the field. Kay is saying unofficially second place, and Blaine Proctor round off your top three in the 800 modified, and Olivia Woods first up on the 800 Open. We'll talk with the drivers here in a moment. All right, all right. Let's talk with Olivia Woods up here. Our lone 800 Open. You still got to see where you placed there amongst the modifieds.
Yeah.
Felt pretty good, looked good out there. And Jackson Witherow just had a lot for you.
Yeah.
So let's talk about the rest of the people, though. Kay is saying right behind you, and you were holding it down.
Yeah.
So let's talk about the people that make your race program happen.
My mom, my dad, 2X Motorsports, XTC, Mako Tools, Shreddy, Casatech, Go Fast Girls, Rugged Radios, Apex, and I forgot everybody else.
Man, you're still having a great time. Was it a good weekend of racing for you?
Yeah.
Well, you make some noise for this young lady, Olivia Woods. Doing a great job. She got the hardware to prove it. And next up, let's get it done. These three have been battling all weekend in the 800 modified class. That one guy, what's his name? His first time to the podium, so get on up here, guys. You know I'm just playing. Blaine Proctor, come on up. And where's Kaya? I know there's right behind me. She was adverse behind me. All right. Well, let's go over here to this one. Blaine Proctor, man. What the heck? A weekend of racing, every single race, pretty much a podium.
Yeah.
It feel good?
Yeah.
More than I've ever got. All right, very good. Well, let's talk about the people that make your race program happen.
Jamie for coaching me, my dad for helping me out, my mom and my family for supporting, Extreme Machine and Fabrication, Witherell Construction, PCR, Valley Steel, BJ Hawthorne,
Bunch of shenanigans going on next to you.
Jackson Witherell.
Where'd you get that from?
Uh,
All right, very good. Blaine Proctor, everybody. A little bit of shenanigans. Let's move to this young lady. This young lady at the last race of Firebird, she got to experience her first podium. But now, I got to say it, you're no stranger to my podium, man. You're just coming out here racing, getting on this podium. Now it's business as usual for you.
Yeah.
How does that feel? I mean, you had a big field out here, and you did a great job holding it down. At one point, I didn't see that Jackson checked out. I called you. Is Kay in the lead right now? She's going to be on top of the podium, but I messed it up. But so I'm telling you, you'll see that on the replay. But, man, you got to feel pretty good about being on this podium now.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about the race.
Well, it was good. I just kind of just went off from the start and then kind of had a gap. I mean, he catch me for a few laps, and I kind of just left.
You had to feel that pressure, so you must have found a quick line and didn't like that pressure. So, all right, well, let's talk about the people that make your race program happen.
God for keeping me safe. My dad, my mom, my brother, Shock Prep Services, Brian Crawford, Krista Sosa Diaz, MRT Tires, Glen Johnson Cleaning and Heating, Signs Unlimited, Les Plumbing, and all my friends and family that come out here and support me, and the ones that are watching me on the live feed.
Well, she's getting really good at this podium. KSA and everybody. But this guy, you know, we've talked about him in several other classes. Look at the smile on this show, man. Jackson Witherell. Dude, you just got out there and you just ran your own race.
Yeah.
What do you do then? What's going through your mind when you're out there? Do you got to let it all hang out, or do you just take it easy?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know at all.
It just comes natural.
Yeah.
Even worse. God, he just gets it done. I love it. Well, hey, man, this is another time you're going to say thank you to all the people that make your race program happen.
God for keeping me safe, my mom and my dad, Jimmy, Extreme Machine Fabrication, and Jaden for giving me all the Hoosier tires, and that's it.
All right, very good, Jackson Witherell, everybody. But hold on. I want to come back here and...
Wait
Uh-oh.
a minute. Blaine and BJ and Kyler.
Well, there you go. You saw it. We messed out with Jackson Witherell. But come with me real quick. We got a little bit of a break. I heard we're about half hour ahead of schedule. But we're going to try to go real quick. We got to come back all the way to the back here. And I told Casey that I'd speed it up, but I got to get what's going on down here. This is a very uncharacteristic finish here for this car right here. Let's talk about it. What was going on with the car out there? It looked like you were having some issues.
I was just trying to, take the turns a little faster.
A little slower for you out there today. Is it the difference of the cars, or what is it, do you think?
I don't know.
Oh, all right. Well, I wanted to get him and see what was going on up here. It looked like a little off pace there, but we were watching it out there. Well, we'll get you on the podium. You'll get up there pretty soon. Is that right?
Yeah.
All right. Very good. Young Menster, everybody. I just wanted to get him a little bit of an interview. We're going back up. Me and Chapman. Who do we have up next?
We have our 250 open class coming up next.
2024 here, day number 2 out here at Glen Helen. And I'd love to say it is sunny California, but no. The weather gods, although beautiful weather, great to look at, a little overcast. Snow on the mountains. What a great shot. You can see the snow right there through the clouds. But, man, it makes for a wind chill factor out here of 0.000.
It is definitely a cold one, yeah. I feel like usually when we have races out here, it always ends up cold. But nonetheless, it's not going to stop the racing today. And honestly, the races have gone really smooth so far.
You know, I was figuring about it because every step we made last night, we all went to bed early. We were all just exhausted from yesterday. In fact, I talked to the whole crew, and, man, I don't think anybody went out for any kind of food. I think we were the only ones that even went out for food. But, man, everybody made it back to the hotel. We zonked out, and we were gone. And we slept straight through. We didn't even know alarm necessary. We woke up 9 hours worth of sleep. It was just an exhausting day, and we got to drive back tonight. But you're exactly right. It rained all night long, maybe with a couple breaks in there. And I was just in my mind thinking it's just going to be a soupy mess and really going to have to change strategies of driving today. But, man, we got here. We haven't had a drop of rain since we got here. The track hasn't had one drop of water put on it, and it's really holding down its consistency.
Definitely, yeah. I think the track has even more traction in it today for the racers, which is always a nice thing. Maybe you have to make a few adjustments to the car, maybe tire pressure and whatnot, but the track's looking really good.
I have to agree with you on that one. Well, let's talk about some of the sponsors that are new for 2024. Weller Racing, and Weller Racing, as you know, out in Chandler, Arizona. Talk to us about Weller Racing and some of the things that they do.
Yeah, they really make some top-notch cars, parts, really everything. The short course car that I race in the Red Bull Scramble Series is a Weller Racing built car. And honestly, one of my favorite cars I've had so far, really just such a solid car to drive. And haven't had much problems, and they're always willing to help us out with whatever. And same goes for anybody else out there. So definitely an amazing company for sure to have on for 2024.
Well, my observation of Weller Racing is they've looked at all the situations that are happening out here in racing, and they make a better product. Everything from a solid billet steering rack. If you want to turbo your car, they pretty much make a turbo kit for almost any car that you have out there. If your car is not turboed or you buy a naturally aspirated car, they make everything they possibly can. If you have a weak link on your car that has been ailing you, carrier bearings, you know, the drive shaft carrier bearings, that's a big deal too. Well, Weller Racing has a product for it, and their product just pretty much is the answer to any of the Achilles heel that your car might have.
Definitely, and I think an awesome factor too is Jason and Coy are out here running their cars, and so whatever problems they have, they're able to analyze it and figure out, a solution for it. So I think that's another really cool factor. Bringing
up the Wellers, man, I cannot imagine any type of short course racing without the Wellers. Back from my inception into short course racing some 12 years ago. Even back when I didn't even know the Wellers, I was hanging out with the Wellers, and I now consider them great friends. They're awesome. I can't imagine a short course race without the Wellers here in some facet or another here at a short course race.
Absolutely.
And Jason, man, like Jason and Corey, the Mr. Wonderful and the greatest couple in the world, man. I love seeing those guys. They're awesome. Corey Weller. What a career she's had since we've talked about the Wellers. Corey Weller, I've said it, and this is unofficial, so this is just my observations again. She actually posted a picture of the trophies that the Wellers have accumulated throughout the years. And, they actually met, if I remember correctly, they actually met as racers. They were quad racers. So they met, and, the rest is history. They made one of the greatest companies in side-by-side racing. They actually invented, if you will, if that's the right word, they actually started a class where they actually started putting inline 4 street bike engines in the Rhino, the Yamaha Rhino, the early chassis that everybody was making into a side-by-side races. So in essence, Jason Weller and Corey Weller, they actually saw a market and saw something that can make happen, and lo and behold, the SR1 class.
Definitely, yeah. Know a lot of history with them too, and their company. Just all around amazing people to have out here.
Well, and if you're lucky enough to have some of their products out here, that they are second to none. The quality is, everything's made right here in the United States. They actually have their own machining. They get it all done. They see a product. They've even, racers have called them and said, hey, we have this product. Can you do something? Or we have this problem? Can you do something about it? And I know that they'll address a problem if it's something quick and simple that they know how to make, and who knows, might make it to their lineup. They say, hey, we'll make you this, but we got to market it and sell it. So, I mean, a lot of they are racers, and, you know, that's what you said. They are out here racing their product and listening to the racers themselves.
Exactly, yeah.
All right. So Weller Racing, one of our sponsors out here, of many others, our main title sponsor. Let's talk about them. R&R Steel, Bobby Van Beeken, and the entire family over there, Meredith, Ryder, and your brother over there under that umbrella as well.
Definitely, yeah. R&R Steel, you know, Bobby and Meredith are all about, you know, helping the youth. You know, they have their son Ryder Van Beeken and my brother Ryder Chapman out there under the tent racing out here. But they're always willing to help out really all the racers, all the youth out here with whatever they can. And, yeah, it's so awesome to have them out here and supporting CORE.
You know, just sitting here listening to you, every one of us out here, we can say that they are our title sponsor, and we do love having them on board. But they're the sponsor that you have without being a sponsor. Like, think about it. How many people today on the podium said, I have to say thanks to Bobby? You know, even Shane ended up doing the engine in your brother's. So Shane out there getting a little dirty and making that engine out here today. So we'll see Shane's work if the engine sticks together. And but it's just, there is so much, man. Yesterday somebody came up and said, hey, where can I get a rotor? And Bobby says, well, I don't got one, but I know Jason does. And they went over there and found the rotor. And it's amazing. Short course racers, if they've got a part, they're not going to beat you in the pit. They'll beat you out there. But if you need a part, man, it's amazing how short course racers will be there to help you. You know, say, hey, you can use this, but when you're done, I got to have it back. Or come down and buy another one. And, you know, if you're Jason Weller and you got a truckload, this one's $79.
Yeah, no, very generous people for sure.
Indeed.
Always willing to help.
It is great. It is great. Great to have the Van Beekens out here. We are very fortunate not only to have them as a title sponsor, but their trailer literally right behind the grandstands right now. And, man, you never know. Go up there and talk to the Van Beekens and see. Don't let your weekend be over. Go talk to the Van Beekens. They might have something for you. One for the crowd out here. As I told you guys, we have a little break in the action here right now because at the time we were about a half hour ahead. But listen, if you're a race team out there, make sure you do what you do. We're going to try to stay ahead of schedule here. And if we can't stay ahead of schedule, that's always best because that is any unforeseens that we have here in the future here today. And the biggest reason why that's something important is Casey had pointed out when he talked to me about it is the reason why we're trying to stay ahead of schedule is at this moment we've got beautiful weather. So let's ride the weather.
Definitely, yeah. Stay ahead of the rain.
That's exactly right. And, you know, let's hope we stay away from it because an incredible day of racing can become a okay day of racing if we have to deal with one more factor, and that's rain. And we already heard from Jason, we're racing rain or shine. So, and hey, what the heck? It is off-road racing. This is not pickleball. This is not football or baseball that, you know, it starts raining. They go, oh my goodness, we got to go watch it. My $100,000 a year paycheck has to watch it from inside. There ain't no paychecks out here. You may get your race purse, but that's about it. You ain't salary. So get your off-road racing buggy out there. Your well, they're not buggies, side-by-sides. Let's talk about that for a second, side-by-sides. You know, just really literally less than 10 years ago, these were just something that people were buying for recreation, literally a recreational vehicle, something to take on the trails. Nobody really took them serious. But, well, there were a handful of people, but nobody in the off-road community. A lot of people were building custom-built buggies. For me, it was the off-road trucks. I built a Ford Ranger. It just was crazy about the Ford Rangers and what we could do to them and the things that we could do them. But now, a market that was used to be dominated by complete tube chassis and custom tube Jeeps and everything, off-road industry 100% dominated by these side-by-sides. Let's talk about that, Mia Chapman.
Yeah, I think the UTV racing is so unique because you can go and buy one really off the showroom floor, take it and, you know, obviously make adjustments, built it out, change the cage, change a few things on it, and really just come out here and race them in whatever class, you know, you see fit and you want to do. And they're relatively affordable compared to some other race cars out there, like a trophy truck or, trophy cars. There's just so much you can do with a UTV. You can come out here, race it, and then go out and play in the desert, go to the sand dunes. I mean, it's really endless, and I think that's why it's so popular and it's grown so much, because you can race them pretty much everywhere with any race series, and then go out and, have fun with your family, play out in the desert, go on vacation. So.
Well, that is the biggest thing to cover is the versatility of them for sure. They can go out, take the family in them. They do make a 4-seater, a 2-seater, from very sporty models all the way up to just these, big family limousines for, 3 kids in the back, 2 mom and dad, and go to the Glamis Dunes. And as you said, take that same car, put an aggressive cage in it, some window nets, a fuel cell, and you're racing just the way it says, short course racing or desert racing, GP racing. They even have rock events such as King of the Hammers and some of those things out there. But I mean, any races that they have is so versatile that indeed. And the biggest thing that I found that was very common in side-by-sides is their ability, as you pointed out, to walk into a dealer, pick the model you want, whether it be Polaris, Can-Am, Yamaha, Kawasaki, even any, Honda. A lot of these manufacturers make some, and with the advent of the new Speed one. But the biggest thing is this now allows, if you have a builder like me build you a custom buggy or a truck or any other builder out there, you're going to spend, you're going to have to drop the money right then and there and say, hey, $20,000 here, build me a truck. You got to drop it right then and there. So you got to have that money in hand ready to go. And if you don't, you end up like, and I've even acquired a few vehicles that people have run out of money, and I turn to them and say, hey, you got to pay for it. I'm keeping your vehicle. I got to recoup my money. But the side-by-side industry, you walk right into a dealer, got great credit. You leave with a $30,000, $40,000 side-by-side.
Definitely, yeah. And looking at it from the youth side of things, you can start your kids out in a 170 car and work your way up into a 250 car, an 800 car, a 1000cc car, into the turbo class. I mean, and I think that's what's so cool. You have stepping stones to go off of, not just going from, a smaller car into just, a 1000cc powered car.
And that is key too. We used to, back in the old days, we'd have a 1450 class. And what a 1450 class really was, targeting the person that had that old, Ford F-150 or your Chevy Blazer or your Chevy square body on the side of the house that, you really don't know what to do with. Well, pull it over into your garage, learn how to build a cage, or have somebody build you a cage, and you can go racing in that car. That's what the 1450 class was after. And a lot of the people that really can't compete on that professional high-level racing, but build that old truck on the side of your house, or go buy one with the intent of building it. And that's where a guy like me came in. I don't have an unlimited budget. I work very hard, but I just do not have the budget of some of these race teams. Well, that's what allows Core Racing to do. If you're out there watching this feed right now and you tell yourself, man, I think this is something I can do, well, it absolutely is. Go to your dealer, go find one used, but get your side-by-side out here, build it, and moderately, as start off as small. I mean, the youngest racer out here, what, 6, 7 years old?
Yeah, pretty young.
So, all right, well, let's talk about it. Here we go. This is one of my favorite classes, the 250 Open class. In round 4, day number 2 out here on this Sunday. And I told you, Martin, everything and the way it's built, I said it since the first day it's been out here, just a beautiful car. But now we are into racing, and Declan Shields will lead the field into turn number 2. And Landon Morrow right next to him, and let's see how they shape up here coming around to the half lap. It looks like that Luke Torres car doesn't only look good, but it is in the final spot on our podium right now. So can he hold on to third or better as the race is happening between Declan Shields and Landon Morrow? So indeed, as they come through with, man, you know what, we were talking yesterday, a 55 second, it was a fast time And look at these 250s with a 1 minute 2 second lap time. That is very impressive out of these small cars.
Definitely, yeah. And I think as the race goes on, the lap times are going to get quicker and quicker. So it'll be interesting to see what the fast lap is at the end of the race.
Well, we actually touched on that earlier on today, and we got a yellow flag already out here local. We must have a car stalled. Again, I can't see it, but they're coming in here to turn 1. Yeah, there's definitely a car stalled well up out of the, well into the cushion. Yeah, in turn 1, I can see the brake lights, but I can't see who it is. But the safety crew on it, and they'll get these cars worked out. But man, look at this. The 250 car, Landon Morrow, having to check up and slow down locally. And now the Leo Torres car. I'm assuming Samuel Gibbs is in it. I agree. Okay. Hey, I'm just looking for a name here so I can announce it right. Don't you girls do that to me? The timing girls up here giving me a little bit of headache. What the heck? I'm just trying to announce a name. Trying to do my job. We have a lot of fun out here at Core. Very family oriented, both behind the scenes and on the track. And long days of racing here as the announcer out here. But I absolutely love my job at Core. Mia Chapman, what do you think about Core, man? These guys and girls, great bunch of people.
Definitely, yeah. Such an awesome race series. It really gives the kids a place to race and the families to come out and have fun. And I think that's the biggest thing about this series is they make it fun, they make it professional for really anybody to come out here and race. And yeah, just overall an awesome series to, bring your families and have a good time.
Well, we've talked about it a few times this week, and I'll touch on it again up here. I actually had a very seasoned announcer, Rob, up here yesterday. He actually took the mic for a little bit. Chris Johnson, the same thing. He actually came up here and took a look as well. I mean, Glenn over here is just an absolute genius over here with what he has done. And you come up here to Race Command, and everything's slimlined, it's trimmed, it's modern, and you walk up here to race, and this is, I'm going to say it, it's second to none. We got the things that all works. You can see the overlays. This looks just as good as any other race series. And I said if we actually were doing it for so long and actually putting the, the live fun factor in it, this would be just a serious television show that ready for television.
It's arguably one of the coolest and funnest types of racing to come out here and do and watch. So it's awesome to see them kind of try to bring that back together, and they're doing an amazing job at it. So hopefully for a successful year and we can have short course racing back.
Well, so far it is back and big, and a lot of people coming on board because they're like, hey, what's going on over there? And the Wellers, they came, and the SR1s came. That was incredible to see. I literally thought that the last time I saw them race was literally going to be the last time I saw them race. And for all intents and purposes, it was going to be the last time we saw them race. And Core was able to revive an entire class, and they found a home here. Although they're not here this weekend for whatever circumstances that may be, and I can only imagine that we only had about 6 of them at the last race. If 3 or 4 drop out, it's not going to be a race if you only had 2 out there. So, but right now, back to racing here. Looks like Landon Morrow out front. We had a deal there. And this is one of our classes that gets the competition yellow. And we're going to have to figure this all out here. But right now, according to the overlay, glad tomorrow.
Looks like we do have a rollover in the back corner.
Okay. They will get on it. I had pretty good eyesight, but the camera was right. And I looked around, and we got the chase crew pretty much busy in every corner. Well, we got it worked out. That driver and car not damaged that bad at all. Not quite a full turtle. But here is the class and the lineup. Well, the only one that I don't know, just because I know who it is, the 15 car of Samuel Gibbs in third place. But you see, I said a field of 8 cars, and there are only 5 left. I wouldn't care. I'd be warm. Don't tempt me. I wear my whole race suit and helmet and everything.
I'm warm. You just need to
Looks great, you know what I mean? And that is that car to me. It's just something that does about it. The lines of the car are just perfect. I think the width is right. You know, I think the width. Ladies and gentlemen, that driver is okay and back in the race. Wow. We are definitely going to interview that driver. Wow. Oh, 2.5? No way. I'm giving that a 5.5 at least. That was great. Wow. And even better, you know, that's something we did not address right now, the resilience of these kids in these cars. That was quite a spectacular tumble.
Definitely, yeah. That just goes to show how well built some of these cars are and how safe they are for them to race, and that's why they're built the way they are. They wear the safety gear that they wear so they can drive away from a crash like that.
Holy, that was a big one. You know, and we were just talking about, too, that these cars are the exact right size to just, like you said, be super ultra durable. And look at that. That kid said, flip me over, come on. And unfortunately for the other car, I do not think they are going to share the same fate. That car, and just for the record, everybody, I was watching it, 100% no malice here, those two drivers. They just, this is the danger of open wheel. Sure. Yeah, when you see the crew not going crazy in the car, we know the driver's okay. But there's just broken steering on that one, unfortunately, and that can happen. But where I was going with this is we were talking about how durable these cars are, and small and compact as they are, they don't have a lot of width in them. We could see these cars take a nasty tumble like that, just get right back in the race. So me and Chapman, here was what we're going to do. We're going to have a last-minute sprint to the end. It is going to be green-white flag. Oh, well, I announced it wrong, so correction. It's going to be green, right? Yes, we got it. We got it. We're good. Three laps now?
Okay, looks like there will be about 3 laps left in this race.
We went from... Yes. 3 laps left, everybody, of this race, but the green flag flies 3 laps after that. Chapman, a little bit of drama there. One of the wrecked cars was capable of returning to the race. One of the other ones, unfortunately, broken steering. Both drivers okay, though. And that was racing. 3 cars coming down their front straightaway. And there's where I was going with this, is these cars are open-wheel cars. So if you have wheels that interlock, meaning if one car is slightly ahead of another car and the wheels come in and interlock, if they move forward or backwards and those tires touch, one tire spinning the other way, one tire spinning the other, it flicks you straight up in the air. But here we go, green flag. 3 laps left to go. This will be one of the 3 laps on their next time around. This time around, rather, when they come across the finish line, it will be... Oh, the white flag won't come out. The white flag only happens 1 more lap to go. I think basic math is good to be a rocket scientist. 1 more lap to go, and we should bring out the white flag after this lap. I got this. Well, not confusing to Landon Morrow and Luke Torres. Those two have been battling it out for the majority of this race, no matter what lap we're on. But Landon Morrow, if he doesn't have any issues, he's just going to bring it on home one. And you know right now how tranquil the weather is? I can handle this for the rest of the day. No problem at all. White flag flying for your leader, Landon Morrow. And the car that I love down there, the number 199 car of Luke Torres. And now you can see the damage. Hood flying up, not going to slow that car down. And here's that great drone footage. We love Brian. Such a great job flying the drone here. And he's gotten so close before I said, man, it looks like you could have drove that drone right through the cab of that car. Just one more turn to negotiate. And we're going to be talking with this young man right here, Landon Morrow. And the 699 car, though, still making a race. So here we go. The race is for third. And the number 15 car, the Samuel Gibbs car. But checkered flag flying for Landon Morrow. But let's look here in the back. The 695, after being collected into a wreck down the front straightaway, got around the number 15 Samuel Gibbs car. And I keep calling it the car because I know that's Samuel Gibbs' car. Here it is, the drag race to the checkered flag. Damaged hood and all. The number 695 car. And wow, little bit of wag of that rear end because that person is very happy to be on the podium after being tumbled with a big tumble down the front straightaway. I'm going to get this rider's name. You're all right. That was Ryder Forrester in that 695 car. So we get to talk with Ryder Forrester once again, Luke Torres, and Landon Morrow. Let's talk with them coming up next. Well, I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, do me a favor after that spectacular crash. Make some noise for these kids doing a great job. Glad they're okay. Ryder Forrester, wow. Dude, you have for surely earned that position right there. You know, while the rest of the riders coming in, I'm going to get started on it because you're already up here. Dude, you know what we're going to talk about first. Talk us through what happened down that front straightaway.
I mean, me and we're just drag racing until Maggie just came in and then just rolled, and then I didn't know what to do, so I had to roll. So then I had to come up and roll, and then I got back up, and then I made it before, and she was done.
So they were drag racing and it collected up in it. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Wow, man. And then spectacularly, your car was the one that was flying through the air. So that was, I mean, visually spectacular.
Yeah.
And then you just threw it down. The crew member was kicking the tire, and you just gunned it, and away you went.
Yeah.
Well, that made us all feel good. All right, well, we're glad you're okay, and you're here for another day of racing. Let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
Mom, my dad, older brother, Ort for putting on that good fight with me, Samuel, Brixton, George Core for putting out this race for us, Southwest Graphics, Economy Plumbing, Jack, Hudson, Shelby, Audrey, Landon, I don't know.
I think you're doing a great job out there. Well, I'm glad he's okay. Make some noise for Ryder Forrester. Third place today after a nasty tumble down the front straightaway, but right to this young man, Luke Torres. Man, I got to tell you, I love your car. I think I've told you this a million times. That just the pure aesthetics of your car is just simply beautiful. And man, you look like you took the races today.
Thank you.
Well, tell us about your race for you.
It was good. I just tried to hold my position and try not to blow the belt.
Oh, so were you having belt temp problems?
Yeah.
Man, it didn't show. You were definitely still putting down some good laps.
Yeah.
All right, well, great. You were able to keep it together. Well, let's talk about the people that do make your race program happen.
My mom, my dad, my sister, my brother, A. Vidovich, MSI, Rockville, Powder One, Car One, Anti-Gravity Battery, GBC Tires, and all the others.
All right, everybody, Luke Torres, I told you I have a little bit of a car crush. Luke Torres' car is simply beautiful. Maybe you guys can get that when we pull up to you. But, man, Landon Morrow, you got up front, man, and you just held it down. You knew what you had to do, and you came through.
Yeah.
All right, well, tell us about the race from your seat.
It went all good. I got Declan on the start. He was fast. He was right on me. And then, like, the next lap I went through, I saw Declan broke, and I had a big gap on Torres, so I just held a good pace, and saved the car until the restart.
I think that was very smart because, as you heard, there was a big tumble here. They collected up down the front straightaway. It was just a drag race, open-wheeled racing. That's going to happen.
Yeah.
So I think that was very smart of you to hold that down. Great strategy, so I commend you, sir. All right, well, let's talk about the people that make your race program get done.
I like to thank my mom, my dad, my sister, my grandma and grandpa, George Lamoses, for building my motor and helping us out to get the car fixed this weekend. PEP for tuning my car. GBC tires, sprocket specialist, anti-gravity batteries, GSP, PCI radios, and everyone else that helps me out.
Hey, man, if you're a racer out there, young or old, and you want to know how to talk on a podium, take the Landon Morrow class of Talking on a Podium. This kid's amazing. Well, me and Chapman, we've got more races in store, man. This race is being great so far. Let's see what we got.
We have our youth NA restricted class coming up next.
All right, so, hey, due to weather, we are not going to have an intermission. And I'm going to trip over a car. All right, my bad. We are not going to have an intermission due to weather, so race teams, if you're out there, race teams, and you can hear me, we are not going to have an intermission. We're going to try to beat the rain. So, everybody, we are trying to beat the rain. So, go out there, tell everybody, we are not going to have an intermission. One more time, we are not going to have an intermission. Get your teams ready. We're going to run straight through the program till the end. Well, all right, if I haven't made it clear out there, everybody, I've got to say it one more time. I'm going to say it again. We are going to skip the intermission. We're just going to blast through the entire race schedule. I know that might put a few of you in a little bit of a bind because you're going to have to go from one class and immediately get the next. But we have one of two choices. We stay to the schedule and take a chance of getting rained on. We may or may not get rained on because the sun is starting to come in and out. I told you, I talked about it. It doesn't look like a chance of rain today. But I said if I talked about it, obviously you guys are going to blame me on it. But don't do it. But the way the Corps is going to combat the chance of rain is we are going to skip the intermission, go right, and we're going to keep racing right until we're done. And I do think that is the right call here today. We've been battling the weather all weekend long. Luckily, the rain happened literally at the last race we got done. Man, it started to rain. We did everything we could here to keep the track right and keep all the equipment dry and not getting dirty, but that was definitely a challenge. And you can see the girls with our new, they're sharing it. They're like, but I think that's smart. It is definitely very, very cold up here. And you know what's funny is when they add venom my sweats and everything, and just this blanket, I'm content. So I'm back to days of old. But all right. So once again, if you haven't heard it, once again and again, no intermission. We are going to skip and just one race after another. A little bit of break in the action right now. But looks like Mia Chapman's already got our next race up. It is the Youth Naturally Aspirated Restricted. This is scheduled for 12 laps. And in our first place for yesterday, Crew Hart in the number 36, number 88 of Landon Morrow, a young man that was just in it. The engine that we talked about that was actually put in the car by R&R Steel and everybody, the Van Beekums over there at the R&R Steel crew, the number 124 car of Zoe Easton. Younger sister, been on the podium all weekend long. Zoe as well on the podium, so can Zoe get it back up on the podium. Ella Warner, very tough break for her yesterday. Had an issue where she had to pull off early. Aiden Coots out there as well in the number 27 car, and a name we've all but been synonymous with right now, Jackson Witherow in the number 138 car. Jackson broke, I just heard from Mia Chapman. And 155 Carson Greco, been strong all weekend long. Carson Greco, unstoppable this weekend. So can Carson also keep this winning streak alive? Evan Atkins. Jackson's down there. Is he shaking his head? Where's he at? There he is, underneath. Oh, oh. Well, you know what? A perfect weekend. One little thing can spoil it, and there he is. So Jackson's going to have to sit from the sideline and watch the races with us. So now, Jackson, you're going to hear what it sounds like for us to announce your race. So, well, you know what? He's over there enjoying some food. That's the thing I think I would do. If I'm done working, I'm going to eat. I'd probably accompany it with a beer, though. That would be good. Some beer and a corn dog. But let's keep it going. Carson Greco, Evan Atkins out there in 531, and Maggie Flores. I would love to interview Maggie Flores and get her side of that story for sure. So, Maggie, I can't wait to talk to you. Come up here anytime you are ready. In fact, if any racer, and I didn't get to say this, if any racer wants to come up for an interview here for the live stream, we would love to have you up here, even if it's right in the middle of a race. Any racer up there or any dad or anything, a sponsor, anything, if you're out there, come up and get an interview. You guys are what give us the content that we need for the live track feed. So, again, and if it's not me up here, if I'm down at the facilities or whatever, come up and talk to Mia Chapman. She's getting really good at interviews. So anyway, all right, Harper McKinley out there in the number 548 car. Jake Hill, we've been talking about Jake Hill all weekend long as well in the number 970, and a team that is pretty much unstoppable out here and have been in almost on the podium almost every race that they enter. Wyatt Cotter, the Cotter's just all over this course today. So here we coming up next. It's round 4, day 2. This is a 12-lap race scheduled for the Youth NA Restricted. Stick around. We're coming up with this coming up next. actually see the mist just before the mountains. Now, that's not fully rain, but it is mist, rain. The clouds, the closer they get and start, the vapor literally becomes a solid, starts becoming water. And you can actually see the water in the air here. And we actually, each one of us has said, oh, I just felt a drop. And we're trying to beat the rain. And it is literally just looming over there to the east, or to the west, rather. That's actually more south. That's going to be north. That's going to be south. That's going to be west. And there's east towards Arizona. So south of us at the mountain range here, the San Bernardino mountain range to be exact, we look over there and it is very misty over there. And I had to slow that word down and enunciate because that could have been a lot of different interpretations there. And actually, as I am slowing down on the races right now, this is what I sound like. I kind of feel like a sloth right now when I talk slow. It is weird because, as you know, I talk very fast. But being an announcer, you have to talk fast and enunciate those words as fast as you can because you're always in a hurry. Got to get to the next race. But you know what? While we are taking this time, let's talk about some of the sponsors. HMD, I can't tell you enough about them out of Tempe. They do all of our banners. And HMD, a great job out here. Vehicle wraps and our stickers here at Core. And if you look at, if you're watching us live over here, the scrim behind us, all the canopies and everything, they all have the Core logo on it. But another person that we have to thank out there is Vision Canopies. These things are amazing. And you can see them out here in the Core, the whole Core thing, Vision Canopy. These guys do a great job. Kyle over there, I know Kyle. I've actually hung out with Kyle. Kyle, no matter how cold, no matter how warm, is always in board shorts and flip-flops. Now that's when you know you're a great entrepreneur, is when you run your company in board shorts and flip-flops, and that's your dress. That's your normal attire. And he just does everything in it. Kyle, you're awesome out there. If you're watching, we love having you out here. Richie's T-shirts doing all our sublimation. These things are amazing. I do believe this is sublimation or a heat transfer, as we talked about. And we were talking about heat transfer or silk screening, and we think that the heat transfer is the way to go. PCI Race Radios, the official communication of the championship off-road racing series out here. And this weekend, we are here at Glen Helen. Glen Helen, my home track. I have raced more races at this track than any other track in the world, and I absolutely love being here at Glen Helen, working here for Core. Well, let's keep going. Our title sponsor, R&R Steel. If you guys are out of Phoenix, or no, don't have to be in Phoenix, you're out here in California. R&R Steel, call them up and see if they've got everything to fit your needs that you have for your steel usage. R&R Steel, Bobby and Meredith Van Beekum, and a great job out there supplying the Valley of Arizona there in Phoenix with steel. And they are out here. They are the season sponsor here for the championship off-road racing series for this year of 2024. And Hoosier Tires. We talked about Hoosier. Man, Mia, talk about Hoosier Tires for a second.
Yeah, no, we used to run them in our trophy cars. We run them on our UTVs now. Such awesome tires. You can really do a lot with them. And the way you can groove them, it's a sticky off-road short course tire, which is what you want out here. It's ideal. You can do a lot of changes with them. We'll have to get Jaden Gerber up here as the Hoosier Tire rep to tell us a little more this weekend. But, yeah, all-around awesome tires.
Well, let's talk about the one tire that the Wither Rose brought up. I said that Jackson's tires were a little bit larger. You said you know a little bit. What were those tires called again?
Yeah, they're running the Hoosier Bites.
So a bite, that sounds to me like it's either a set pattern or a pattern that you can customize yourself in the tread pattern. No. I don't know enough about the Hoosiers. I've being a desert racer, BFG is the number one tire for me. BF Goodrich.
Yeah, those are just a heavy short
Yes,
course
they are.
tire to run
Yes,
on
they
here,
are.
but definitely a good desert tire for sure.
Great desert tire. I mean, I got very fortunate. The way that I did my racing is we pushed a car through contingency, and as you know, in desert racing, they don't have the exposure that the short course cars have. These cars are right here in front of you, and you can actually see the sponsors. And right after you're done, the sponsor gets gratification from, as you hear me interviewing them, they can say, hey, thanks to Hoosier Tire, or their sponsors, whoever the sponsors are. But in desert racing, we don't have that luxury. You're out in the middle of the desert racing, 9 times out of 10, a 250 to 500 mile race. And the only time you get to see these cars or see their sponsors is when the helicopter is able to film it, or you are in the infield of a gauntlet of some sorts to where you can see the trucks leave the starting line or come into the finish line. Other than that, you don't really get a lot of exposure. But everything else has to be made up. Well, anyhow, at contingency, you push your car through generally the day before a race. You talk to the people that are helping you out, and you negotiate prices that they're going to pay you if you win, or you negotiate in a way you say, no, if you want your sticker on my car, pay me right now. Now, that doesn't happen very often. Well, that was my way of pushing through contingency. I said, push this truck through, and if no sticker goes on this car unless they pay, like right now on the spot. I'm not saying if I win or if I don't. Now, that being my attitude, pushing it through contingency, it made a lot of waves. They were like, who is this kid pushing his truck through, stating that your sticker doesn't go on his car? So literally, I made it to the end of contingency without one sticker on my car. And everybody's like, what's wrong with this guy? I'm sorry, I didn't see an advantage to putting your sticker on my car, taking a valuable advertising space if you weren't going to hand me money right then and there. So Dan Newsom from BF Goodrich ran up to me and said, who do I talk to over here? Who's the owner? And I said, well, I guess that's me. And he handed me a contract on the spot. And I've been sponsored by BF Goodrich ever since. So that's how you get a sponsor right there. And I've stayed loyal to BF Goodrich since day one. 1994. Has anybody else ever had a sponsor since 1994? Well, all right, we're just moments away from getting back to racing. We're trying to avoid the rain. And I think we're going to do good. We talked about Cactus Splash Pools. If you guys are in Arizona and you guys need a pool service, come on up here. Come on, Maggie. Come on. In fact, try to squeeze in between here. Me and Chapman, we got some questions for you, so let's talk about that, man. You guys were drag racing down the front straightaway, and a little bit of rubbing turned into a little bit of things going on out there. Tell us from your standpoint.
The first time I rolled, my tracker came off, so I hurried and grabbed it since it was right there by me. But the second time I rolled, I couldn't find it.
Oh, no. So you're telling me during the roll, you were more concerned about the equipment than your safety, and then you rolled again and it was gone. You're like, I went through all that effort and for nothing.
Yeah.
You know what? The main thing, though, that you're okay. You're okay, though?
Yeah.
Was it disheartening to learn that your steering was broke?
No.
I'm done. Get me out of this car. Well, that was a very spectacular thing to watch, and we're just glad that you're okay. But I always tell the drivers, if you want to get your sponsors mentioned, you win or get it up on the box, as you did yesterday. Or who do you want to say thank you today?
My mom, my dad, my grandparents, Jerry, Cotter Boys Racing, Gate Spouts, PCI Radios, and James for all his help.
That's awesome. Well, Mia Chapman, do you have any questions for this young lady? She was involved in that big pile up down the back straightaway. What do you have for her?
Yeah, that's actually a really common spot for wrecks, especially back when Lucas raced here. I wrecked there before. I know it doesn't feel good, but you were doing really good before then. Did you have fun out there?
Yes.
See, that's the most important part. As long as you're having fun, and hopefully we'll see you at the next one.
All right, let's talk about this for a second. How heavy are you into off-road racing? Do you watch it when you're not racing?
Yes.
So you like desert racing?
Yes.
You do like desert racing? Who's some of your favorite drivers? Like, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but like a short course or any other. Give me any racer of any series you can think of. Oh, who's that? Oh, wait a second. Did you catch that? Hey, Dad, shut up. Is that what you just said? You are awesome. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about where you see yourself here in a couple years of racing. Do you see yourself racing the older you get?
Yes.
And what would be the ultimate? Where would you love to end up in off-road racing? Like, what's your most fun one you watch?
I don't know.
So you don't watch the Pro 4s or like Pro 2s and the trucks or the buggies like Race Crandon or anything like that? What's some of the, none of those?
I don't know.
There you go. Dad's asking about Crandon. Hold on. See that? Look at how everything just, you raced Crandon? Like Crandon, the big house, you raced Crandon?
Yeah.
What was that like? You got to put a car into the most famous turn in off-road racing history, turn 1, and we got to talk about that. What did that feel like?
It felt good. I really wanted to race under the lights, but then we actually got to race under the lights.
Now, normally though, I think they give you the smaller track though, right? They didn't give you turn 1.
Oh no, full track.
Really? You really got to put, honey. I am 54 years old. Been racing the majority of my life, the most of the times I've been alive, and my goal, and the only thing that keeps me from doing it is money or a big sponsor, is putting a car into turn 1 at Crandon International Raceway, and you did that.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I'm so envious of you. That is an amazing accomplishment, and that is awesome. That's the kind of juice I wanted to hear you say. You put a car in turn 1. Mia Chapman, you put a car in turn 1 in Crandon.
Yeah, I mean, Crandon, I would say, is like the biggest off-road short course race of the year. So when you go there and race there, it is absolutely insane. So I'm sure you loved it. Which class did you race in there?
The 250 mod.
Oh,
Ooh, so you're carrying some speed going into turn 1.
oh
Yeah.
my goodness. I was lucky enough to be there with a Pro 2 team, so I was able to get on the track and check things out. So I actually got up on that Connex box there, the Potawatomi Connex box, and I was able to film there. But watching, 14 to 20 Pro 2, 600 to 900 horsepower cars come screaming down that straightaway as fast as they can and set it up for turn 1, it is definitely the single most exhilarating thing in off-road motorsports of any track. And yeah, I did it. I'd been there, done that. Next. Well, we love you. We're glad you're okay, and we'll see you at the next race. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. You're either burning or it's the you might be a little moister, so don't stand so close to that. But good job. We're glad you're okay.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you for the interview. Maggie Flores out there doing a great job with you. We're glad we're okay. I love how she just casually brought up, yeah, I've done turn 1. Nothing to it. And look, he's actually wearing the Crandon shirt right now. Man. So let's talk about the first smidgen, though. Turn 1, man, the infamous turn 1, the Potawatomi turn 1.
Yeah, I had the privilege of racing a pro light there a couple years ago, and it was the most insane experience of my life. But looks like we're going to go green flag racing here soon.
We're back to racing, so we got whatever was trying to work out there. It was holding us up a little bit. So that means now that half-hour schedule we lost. Green flag, we're going racing the 124 of Zoe Easton on the outside. Right next to her, the number 36. I'm sorry, that was Crew Hart, but it wasn't. It's Carson Greco with the 155 car right next to her. And we were just talking about Carson Greco on fire all weekend long, and there he is out front leading this train of cars. And the number 88 of Landon Morrow been on the podium all weekend long in your top 3. Well, Mia Chapman, the speed's now picked up here. You can see these cars ultra fast. We're going to get a lap time from him. Your leader, Carson Greco, at his lap time of 59.2. He's leading the pack, and right behind him, Zoe Easton with a 101. And that means the lap times have actually decreased a little bit from yesterday. The fast lap times that I was seeing yesterday were a 55 around this Glen Helen course. But Carson Greco enjoying a great weekend of racing. He's been out front almost every race he's entered. Well, Carson Greco now starting to extend his lead over Zoe Easton. And it'd be safe to say that Carson Greco has found the formula here for this weekend, for this Glen Helen circuit. So one of the battles I want you to keep your eyes on is the battle that is on the screen right now. This is the Wyatt Cotter car, and Wyatt Cotter, as you see right there to the inside, gets side by side with Landon Morrow, and he's going to make the pass through the rhythm section. I couldn't have talked about that at the most appropriate time than that right there. Wyatt Cotter in the 1612, that orange car, now going to set his sights on second place, Zoe Easton. Will he have enough to reel in Zoe Easton here before the competition yellow?
Yeah, this class having so many cars, it's really hard to predict where everyone's going to finish. You know, the leader can start out there at the beginning of the race, the competition yellow comes out, and, you know, havoc can break loose. But, yeah, some awesome racing so far from our top three.
I mean, that's exactly what you want to see in short course racing right there, is you got your mark and you got to set it out, and you got to make sure you get it, because you're going to have to start picking drivers off if you got the skills to get around them, either the car or the skill. Some strategy out here in short course racing, and you got to make it stick.
Definitely, yeah. This is one of the more competitive classes out here besides our Pro NA class, which we'll see a little later. So you definitely can't afford to be making mistakes. That could cost you, you know, a major loss of time, and it is really hard to make that up on a big track like this.
Again, I find myself on the course, so you know what you're going to do when you find yourself battling it out like we see right here in the 548 and 531 car. But look at this. Wyatt Cotter now has definitely bridged the gap between him and Zoe Easton. So Zoe Easton, I anticipate she's about to have her hands full of a whole bunch of orange Wyatt Cotter car.
Definitely, yeah. Zoe's been one of the top runners in this class, so I know she's not going to let him have that easy, and she's going to do all that she can to keep that position.
Well, I couldn't agree more again, Mia. And here it is, Wyatt Cotter now within a couple car lengths of Zoe Easton. As you said, Zoe Easton very dominant in this class. But Wyatt Cotter now, it's a drag race down the front straightaway. To the inside, it's going to push Zoe out, and Zoe just opening the door wide open, and Wyatt Cotter right there taking over the second place. A little bit of bicycle from our fourth place driver, the 531 car of Evan Atkins up on the bike in turn 2. Well, Mia, I gotta ask you, Wyatt Cotter doing a great job working his way through the field, but do you think he's gonna have enough to bridge this gap between him and Carson Greco?
It's hard to say with the gap being as big as it is, but we do still have our competition yellow that should come out here soon. So that could give him the advantage that he needs, and hopefully we'll have a good battle on our hands.
Well, indeed, and that goes right back to what your strategy on fighting before or after the competition yellow. In this example, Wyatt Cotter starting way back in the field, a competition yellow. I would speculate that this is the way it would turn out. However, exact reason why we have the competition yellow is to thin everybody out, get the faster drivers in the first 3 or 4 cars. So now we got the ultimate setup. Carson Greco, Wyatt Cotter, and Zoe Easton in your top 3. The competition yellow is really going to bring them back into competition with each other, and this is exactly why the competition yellow has been put into place. Well, Mia Jabin, there it is. The competition yellow. We got jumping jacks going on. Well, now things are going to get shaky here. Carson Greco out front, but methinks that Wyatt Goddard is going to have an answer to Carson Greco's question. Where is everybody?
Definitely, yeah. I think this restart will make for some interesting racing for these last couple laps left.
Not yet. Come on, hold me over. Thank you. Well, Mia Chapman, where do you rate right here? Is Carson Greco going to be able to hold off the pressure from Wyatt Goddard, or is Wyatt Goddard going to become victorious? We'll find out right now. Well, Mia Chapman, a little bit of rain coming in here into the booth. I hope that's all we got for today. But this racing does not get any better than it is right now. Wyatt Goddard trying to chase down and reel in Carson Greco. And it's lovely when the battle is anywhere in the rest of the course, but it's also really good when it's out front. They are definitely battling it out for first place. Carson Greco with a great line coming out of the turn. Number 6 down the front straightaway. Wyatt Goddard, though, having to be hard on the minors there into turn 2, and I think that cost them a couple positions. But Carson Greco looking as smooth as glass out there. Wyatt Goddard now starting to fall behind. At least 2 laps to go here in the second half of this youth naturally aspirated restricted race. And one name I am missing. This is a Brian Willett class, isn't it? I do believe this is a Brian Willett class. The Brian Willett would have been in this one. Not this one? All right. Oh no. Well, the weather's starting to act up, and indeed it's bringing a lot of weather with it. But as Jason said, here at Core, we are racing rain or not. Well, all right, I missed it. I was back here chasing binders. But Carson Greco, your winner here of the Youth Naturally Aspirated Restricted. And Wyatt Cotter, and look at this, wheeling his way into third place of Jake Hill.
They definitely put on quite a show, especially watching the top two battle it out the whole time. So, yeah, I would say that was a really good race.
I think it was, too. Carson Greco enjoying it from wire to wire, though. The only challenge that he had was with Wyatt Cotter, and Wyatt Cotter, that's tough competition right there. If you say the last name Cotter, you know you're going to have your hands full.
Definitely, yeah. Another really talented driver, a fast kid out here for sure.
Well, what a great race that was for sure. Our races from this point on are just going to get more and more spectacular. Me and Chapman, we're going to talk with the drivers coming up next. Well, all right. A great race out there. Let's try to speed this up. Everybody gets show up over here to the podium. We're trying to race the rain. Not only are we racing on the track, we're racing the rain. We had a little bit of a behind on that one. We'll wait for Jake Hill. Great podium right here. Jake Hill doing a great job out there. Man, you were there to get it done here in the third place after a little bit of stuff going on up front. And Wyatt Cotter just working his out.
Yeah, it was a good race. Nice to see my first podium in core, or in this class in core, and hope to do it next time too.
Well, you're definitely a tough competitor in all the classes you race in, so it's no surprise to me to see you on the podium at this class either.
Hopefully I can get better too, though.
Well, you know you will. You know you will. Is that accurate?
Maybe.
I don't know. I have the confidence in you. Well, okay, let's talk about the things that make the people that make things happen over there for your race program.
I want to thank Zach, my race car all day. Also at the 170, forgot to thank him this morning. Sorry. My dad, mom, sister, oil, Gates Belt, Shock, CMI, Cotter for the extra part, and my auntie for coming out here. Thank you.
All right, very good, Jake Hill. Sorry about the mic. Everybody must have a crosstalk from one of the radios. But great job in a finish that he didn't think he had in this class. But right now, man, Wyatt Cotter, you raced your wheels off your car on this one, and a little bit of issues. You were kind of going in and out there at the back there. Talk us through it.
Yeah, that was just a really tough race. I had to start in the back, and I got up to, I think, third place in the first lap, and then Zoe let me by. Thank you. And it was just a really tough race to try and catch up, but the caution got me on him, but I just couldn't get him.
I don't know. Zoe was battling it out with you, too, trying to keep that in front of you. So, man, that must have been tough for her.
Yeah, it was just really fun.
All right, well, very good. Let's talk about the people that make your race program happen for you.
Hoosier, Polaris, Sneaky, Gates belts, anti-gravity batteries, Method wheels, my dad, Brad, James, and everyone helped me out.
All right, Wyatt Cotter, everybody. But a man that has been on fire all weekend long, Carson Greco. What can I say, man? You know, we've been talking to you all weekend long. I'm running out of things to say, man, other than great job. You led wire to wire on that race.
Thank you.
Man, that was a great job out there. Tell us about it from your seat.
Well, it was a little scary seeing Cotter in my rearview mirror in the restart, but yeah, it was a fun race.
Man, if you see the name Cotter behind you, you know you're in for a challenge.
Yeah.
All right, well, very good. Let's talk about the people that make your race program happen here.
My mom and dad, my brother for coming to all my races and supporting me. R&R Steel, Hoosier Tire, 2X Motorsports, 518 Designs, and everyone else that I forgot.
All right, well, he's been on top of the box all weekend long. Carson Greco, everybody. We got more races coming up. We're trying to beat the rain. Well, the weather really acted up out here right now. A lot of things happening up here at Race Command. We'll get it all worked out and back to racing. Yeah, definitely use an entire roll to let that, at least one of the legs, so it doesn't go that direction. Hey, Anika, let's also put one here just in case. No, I said just in case. I know, I'm not. I'm just pointing it out to you. Because when it went down, the first thing I did was look and see if that was my fault. And I went, okay, it wasn't my fault. But then I said, well, wait a second, though. There's potential there. Yeah, I would at least do that leg, because if the wind's blowing that way, well, whatever. You guys got it. All right. Well, me and Chapman, that was a very exciting race. A lot of cars in there. And I know you're eating right now, but I'm just talking to you as the person that we are talking to, like we are live on the live stream. So if you are just joining us on the live stream at Rumble, if you need to know how to get there, you can go to Rumble and type in, search for Core Off-Road Racing, COR feed, absolutely free. With the only thing you have to do is sign up for Rumble, and that they don't need money, they don't need a credit card, they just simply need to make you a user account. So absolutely 100% free. to watch us on Rumble. And we, again, as we heard, we are trying not to do any intermission here, so we're going to try to go through the races as fast as we can. But the challenge here with going through the races as fast as we can right now, a lot of these racers are racing multiple classes, so they're going to be having to get out of one class, run over there, jump in their car for the next class, and barely make the green flag. So that is our only challenge here that we have here with scheduling. Oh, and again, as I said, we are trying not to have any downtime here, and what it is, the reasoning behind it is we are trying to beat the rain. Come on up here. Come on up, talk to us. So tell us what's your name.
My name's Connor.
Connor, what do you think of the races so far? You having a good time out here?
Yeah, it's fun.
Did you race?
I want to.
Well, let's talk about that, Connor. If you were coming out here to race, what would be your class that you'd want it? What class excites you?
I don't know.
You don't know? You're just enjoying it? Is it pretty spectacular? How about the weather, man? You must be all warm in that jacket. You got the Carhartt jacket, and you got the core. You are all bundled, layered up. You look warm as heck.
Yeah, kind of.
All right, Connor. Well, it's good talking to you, and we love hearing your feedback on the race.
Thank you.
All right, feel free, come up here and check it out. We don't got it strapped off. You can see the way that we have to do things up here at Core, and we're battling the elements right now. So we are definitely shields and all things. We're trying to keep the cameras dry and keep them from falling over. That's a challenge. And now we got to check this camera out, make sure it did go down here. The wind is our challenge, but all right. Well, let's see what we got going on. I would probably take the lens off and reset it, but I am not the cinematographer. Have you dabbled in photography? Have you ever played with that or wanted to do it? Just on your phone? And well. Yeah, exactly. Mia, she's eating, so she says, I like to leave it to the professionals. You know, the thing is, phones nowadays, though, I had talked to you about short course racing for me as I was able to go on the Pentecost race team, and it actually prompted me to buy my current phone that I have. And the reason why I bought this phone is this phone shoots in full 8K. That is full 8. And the problem is I have no device that can play 8K. The only device that I have that can play, film, and make 8K is this phone. So when I would shoot things at 8K, dump it to the computer, it would automatically downsize it to 4K at least. So that way we could play it on other things. I forget what that's called, and maybe again our cinematographers can tell us about that. But no doubt, you said maybe just on my phone. Well, the reality is, the cameras on these phones are better than the cameras that were out, like the highest, nicest camera 10 years ago. This camera right here blows that the best video camera on the market 10 years ago. This is way better than what we have now. So where I'm going with that is that tells you about the technology and how far it has gone in technology. And the cameras that we use right now here for Core, they are high dollar badass cameras. So you see this one just took a fall, and they're able to get it right back up on the tripod and focus us in and get it going. So great job out here for the Core professionals. They are definitely high on the list out here at Core, because I've been saying thank you to everybody that makes this show happen. And we talk about the people behind the scenes, and you guys are nonetheless either. So great job for us. And I just realized I was sitting here chatting away, and he's filming it in, and you're over here stuffing your face. I was done. You're like, I ain't going to do this. See, girls are keen that way. I would have just kept going and not even have noticed. The girls have that. You guys have that special feature that sees things that we don't see. Well, you know what? I see some racing going on, and this is the amateur naturally aspirated, and your brother, Ryder Chapman, did not make the race. Oh, no. Well, in fact, I look out here to a very limited class, but here, let's meet who made the race. Well, out front as early as you see, Ryder Van Beekum and Alex Young in that red, white, and blue car. And you notice that car is just a little different. That's an Arctic Cat. And the 113 car of Andrew Cotter out there. And rounding off this field, I do believe that's the Kylie Morris car. I got it right, the 555 of Kylie Morris. But right now, the victor from yesterday, Ryder Van Beekem. You know, there aren't our steel crew over there and the pits. They are always busy. They never take a pause. It's either your dad, your brother, both riders, Bobby Van Beekem, Meredith Van Beekem, they are all pulling together to make this happen. There are a lot of cars over there and a lot of things they got to do over there at the R&R Steel pit.
Definitely, yeah, a lot of teamwork comes into play. But these boys come out here and absolutely kill it, so I think it's all worth it at the end of the day. I just got word my brother is still battling motor problems with his car for this class, so he obviously won't be in this one, but still get to watch Ryder Van Beekem come out here and kill it.
Well, that's going to be great to see that. As we know, Ryder Chapman with having a head gasket problem, and Shane was able to try to get it back together, but the team effort on this one was a no-go. That's all right. Here we are back to racing. And where I was going with this, the R&R Steel, their champ of the weekend, Ryder Van Beekem. He's been strong all weekend and holding up the honor of the Van Beekem and R&R Steel pit.
Definitely, yeah. Watching the lines he takes and how smooth he is on the wheel and in the car definitely shows a lot of confidence in him.
Well, you know, it goes back, and I can do this just off the top of my head. For whatever reason, short course racing, and as I've said it a million times, I'm a desert racer, but coming out here and announcing and being able to, give my talents into the off-road racing community as the man on the microphone, well, I could take myself back. I will never forget being in the same position at Firebird International Raceway, watching you kids race over and over again, and I got to watch all your styles, how you grew, how you guys learned, and Ryder Van Beekem is no exception to the rule. Ryder Van Beekem, lots of struggles when he was young. I don't think as he was growing up, I'm not saying that to down Ryder Van Beekem in any way, shape, or form. What I'm saying is you either have an accelerated learning curve or you just kind of learn at your pace. But watching him now as an adult, his learning curve is no longer the way it used to be. This man learns at an accelerated rate. You said earlier he drives like his dad, and you're absolutely 100% on that. He is now a seasoned veteran racer, and it shows right now by the way he drives.
Yeah, I think one thing is these kids grew up racing with a lot stiffer competition. As everything was more developed, everybody had more knowledge on the UTVs and the classes, so what they had to grow up racing, I think, was a lot tougher versus what we kind of had to grow up racing with. But yeah, he's developed so much as a driver, and it is a hard thing to do when you're young, is hop in a race car and go out there and do phenomenal. But yeah, he's killing it out here today, and he's definitely made a lot of progress. I
mean, thank God for him over here at the R&R Steel pit. He's holding it down, and man, it's just a walk in the park for him right now. He's just out there in business as usual. I'm gonna drive it on home, but if I know Ryder, he's using every corner to get that experience in, and I'll almost bet you he's throwing into some little things he might have learned along the way. Just simply rails turn 4. Oh, we talk a lot about Ryder Van Beekem, and I'm extremely excited to see him come as far as he has. But one man I am very impressed with, and I talked about it briefly yesterday, been watching him race as often as he can, but Alex Young. Now let's talk about the challenges that this young man's got. Alex Young, a little different person. You can see he's a racer, man. This racer consumes him, and I love seeing this at her. Second thing, though, he is the only Arctic cat in his class. And we haven't seen an Arctic cat. We'll see another one out here in the vet 40 over class of Steve Henson. But right now, the Arctic cat is holding its own against this very strong field. We talked about the Cotters. Andrew Cotter, no slouch of a driver over there to the Cotter crew.
Definitely, yeah. It is really cool to get to watch them kind of battle it out in two completely different cars. We don't see very many Arctic Cats out here. And so, yeah, to see him out here, and we've got to watch him, through the previous races of the year, and he's progressing and doing really, really well.
And that's key right there. Via, you brought it up, the progression. So that's exactly what I'm talking about with Alex Young. His progression in racing, definitely a quick learner. And this makes a prime example of that. That 727 car, just different from all the other manufacturers that we have in here. The predominant manufacturer, the Polaris Razor. That is exactly right. It is a little bit of a break here. We got the competition yellow out right now, as Connor just pointed out. What we do this for is we're going to bunch the field back up, and let's see if Ryder Van Beekam's going to stay out front, but now he's got the rest of the field. Now, see, this goes back to that learning curve we were talking about with Alex Young, and he is in the position right now to where he could actually stay on the rear bumper of Ryder Van Beekam if his equipment is up to speed. But he's definitely shown with that learning curve that we talked about that he does have the learning curve, that he learns very quick, and he is able to hold on second place because the two cars behind him, you have that Cotter name, you are a competition.
Definitely.
The bag of carrots has been opened. I knew you were going to do that. That's why I let it hold there for a second. The bag of carrots has been opened. In other words, I stopped and I paused and said, wait a minute, that sounds like a race term. The bag of carrots has been opened. Now it's free game. No, literally, the bag of carrots has been opened. That was the funniest thing I've ever seen.
We are green, green, green.
Well, here comes that mist we were talking about. The mist is getting everywhere. Wasn't there a movie made about the mist? Pretty sure there was a scary movie made about the mist. And then there was a cool movie made about gorillas in the mist. But as we said, we've been trying to get all the races in. We're trying to beat the rain. Boy, there's another lovely little cool factor I've learned about the mist. It brings a whole nother level of cold right with it. What the heck? Well, we were talking about the blanket announcer yesterday that I was going to be underneath the blanket announcing, and they were not kidding. I am literally underneath the blanket, trying to stay warm, trying to stay dry. As you see that right there, that shot that you see online, you can literally see the mist in turn one and in several places as you see the drone flying through the mist as well. You know, you would think that we would have to discontinue the drone as well because you can see the water on the lens of the drone. But I guess those blades move so fast, the only thing getting wet is the electronics. And I mean, I don't know. I hope we don't lose drone footage here because drone footage actually beautifully covered by Tyler and Brian down there. Next Level Industries in the building doing a great job on the drone footage. Look at that guy standing there in turn 6. Just shorts and a t-shirt, no problem. Just standing there, not a worry in the world. And I'm standing up here freezing. Well, look who we got coming up here to the booth right now. So, I'm not just going to allow you to drop off food. I think he knew he was in for it. So Ryder Chapman, hold on, man. Come on, I told you I'm not going to let you just come through here. He's like, dig it. So Ryder, man, tough break out here. This was the class you were supposed to be in. You guys had motor problems yesterday, and you weren't able to get it done for this race.
Yeah, well, we blew a head gasket yesterday, and so we took it apart last night, put it all back together, and went to go fire it up this morning. When it start, come to find out cam timing wasn't right, and those things are super hard because they have to be super precise with them, and we just couldn't get the cam timing right in time for the race, so we'll be back out for the Can-Am.
And he just had to pull the plug. That's very disheartening, but Ryder out here is still holding it down for R&R Steel, and we'll see you guys in the next race for sure.
I'll be up at 2 races.
All right, and that's correct. The turbo class coming up. Ryder Chapman going to be in that one. Well, there you go. We were talking with Ryder Chapman. He was telling us about it. Could not quite get the cam timing right on that engine. Oh. You brought food? What?
Do you want it?
Yeah. I won't say no.
I would, but I already ate them.
I'll take it. Made by one of the moms over there. Oh, yeah! I want that checkered flag pies. I gotta go down. No. Well, listen. If you're watching this or listening to this out in the grandstands, you guys are just gonna have to bear with a little bit of different style of announcing. Number 1, it's cold. Number 2, it's raining. Number 3, look at turn 1 right there. You can't even see it through the camera, and that could be due to the moisture on the lens. So maybe we'll have to go clean that lens. But nonetheless, the precipitation has increased. You can, as Mia just pointed out, you can literally see it. It's blowing sideways, and all as it is now is a game of trying to stay clean and dry. So bear with me, everybody. I'm going to run down there. Umbrellas are the thing. Oh. So we're going to try to stay dry. This is going to be fun. And we said we've been trying to race the rain all day. Well, Mia Chapman, I'm braving the rain. Here we go. Where's one of those umbrellas down from registration if we can get them. If you can grab some, grab 2 of them, one for you as well if you got to run. Oh. Oh. All right, guys, I'm going to be running down there. We're going to do ultra fast interviews. All right, here we go. All right, we got another Connor here on third place here in the box. You got to be pretty excited about this finish in this race.
Yeah, it was fun.
Tell me about if that played a factor here in this race.
Yeah.
You said that? Yeah. Definitely does. Visibility or traction or both?
I pulled all. We started.
Tara was gone.
Yeah, got between them and see, so I was glove wiping it.
All right, very good. Let's talk about the people that make the race program happen.
Wife and kids, John from AMG, Brad and James, and all the family came out for this one.
All right, with a great finish. I'm trying to make them as fast as I can. Matt, Alex Young, I'm very impressed with your performances this weekend. Your learning curve has been exceptional. I hope you're happy with this race.
I am very happy with this race, and Carter definitely capitalized on all my mistakes I was making.
And we couldn't see it from up here, but you know that you were making that happen.
I was trying, and small thing I did wrong, he snuck in there and took it.
Yeah, well, you know, that is another Cotter's, that's the name, and they do it, and they got it, and they are right there. Well, let's talk about the people that make your race program happen.
My mom, my dad, Speedworks, Rugged Radios, Blood Lubricants, Raceline Wheels, Hyperco Springs, POP Seats, and thank you, Cora, for putting on an awesome race, even in the rain. It was still a whole bunch of fun.
All right, that's the kind of interview we want to hear, but we'll move right along. Holding it down for R&R Steel, my man, Ryder Van Beekum.
Yeah, a bit tough with all the rain. Couldn't see most of the time, and I had no tear-offs to start with, so I was just glove wiping the whole race.
Oh, my goodness. So you had your hands full with the racers, and you had your hands full with the rain.
Yeah.
All right, well, very good. Lots of drama over there. Ryder Chapman not able to make the curtain call, but you're holding it down for R&R Steel this weekend, and that's going to make you feel pretty proud.
Yeah, I feel bad for Ryder. They came all the way out here. They just finished the car 1 a.m. the day before, so it sucks that he couldn't be able to race, but yeah.
All right, well, very good. Let's talk about the people that make the Van Beekum pit happen.
I want to thank God for keeping me safe. I want to thank my mom and my dad, Kevin and Matt, R&R Steel Racing, Yaw Power, Injector Dynamics, Rob Muzzy, XMF, and Rugged Radios.
There it is, everybody. Your winner, Ryder Van Beekum. We are braving this rain. Photographers and cinematographers and everything. Mia Chapman, we got more races coming up. Thank you, Anika.
We have the Youth NA Open class coming up next.
Which class was that again, once again?
The Youth NA Open class.
Well, all right, everybody. We are going to tough it out. Everything we can do. I'm underneath the blanket. The rest of the crew is trying to stay warm. The umbrellas have come out. And, wow. We're going to brave this rain. As you heard Jason say, we are going to race, rain or shine. Our heaters now went out? Well, not I. I'm going to stay here. I got this fleece blanket with a nylon shield. And I'm going to stay behind this thing and make sure that we got... What? Got it. Well, hey. Harper? All right, Harper, come on up here. I'd love to have you. I want any interview I can. What do you think of this off-road racing?
It's pretty good.
Do you have a favorite class? Do you have a favorite class or a favorite driver yet?
Probably my brother Hudson Doyle and his class.
Well, Hudson Doyle has been strong all weekend long. Definitely out here racing it up very good. What do you think his secret is?
Probably just thanking God and getting things done, pedal to the metal.
So he holds it down and gets that car steered right where he wants it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, man, look at this. You're getting your picture taken while you're getting interviewed. If you could say one thing to Hudson right now to hold it down for the next race, what would it be?
It would be, I love you. We're going to say a prayer and drop the gear and disappear, buddy.
Yeah, now that is an interview. She said drop a gear and disappear.
Yeah.
All right, I love it. High five. You are quite the interview. I loved having you over here. You're very welcome. Come say what. Connor said what? Oh, no. No. Oh. Well, let's meet everybody out here in this race, the Youth Naturally Open. Jesse Johnson out there in the Y19 car, the 87 of Mark Queen, the 149 of Jackson Hodeggy, and the 225 car of James Thomas, 610 of Mason Cotter, and Brian Willett is Brian made the curtain call, and Nolan Bishop, but I was already told that Mason Cotter out of the race. Is that right?
I didn't hear what you said. It's
Tell me who's out of the race.
Jesse Johnson.
That was Jesse Johnson then. Jesse Johnson, the Y19 car, having to watch the race from the sideline now. And that is just too bad, man. But out front, that green car of Mason Cotter. Mason Cotter, you can see, this is what they see online if you guys want to check out what we got going on. So as the kids are trying to speculate up here, they're thinking that a belt might have cost them this race here of the Jesse Johnson car. And here we go, the girls getting very creative with the tarps out here. And you know what? That tarp has helped tremendously already, just putting it up there. And we're really trying to make it like a battleground up here at Race Command up here in court. And talk about that car. How do you know that car is brand new?
He told me.
Okay. So you were over the pits and you were talking with him. Is that right? All right. Well, very good. Well, come on over here. Let's talk. What's your name?
Riley.
Well, who's some of your favorite racers out here, Riley?
I don't know.
You don't know yet? You're like, gosh dang it. You must be cold. My mom used to tell me, man, your lips are blue. You're getting cold.
Yeah.
Oh, no, they're blue. They're not blue because you're cold. You must have just had a blue pop or something. There. Now we got it. All right. Well, you guys feel free to get warm from the heaters because I know that's what me and Mia Chapman. There it is again. Me and Mia Chapman. Me and Mia. That's gonna be the new rap song of Core. Me and Mia. Mia. She's like, oh no, we have a song. And so that tarp tremendously blocked the wind, and I have a feeling our heater's gonna stay lit now. Well, all right, that wasn't that bad. I think we made it to the worst of it, everybody, and now let's get back to racing. Mason Cotter out front with a commanding lead over Nolan Bishop. So Mia Chapman, business as usual for Mason Cotter. Mason Cotter extending his lead over Nolan Bishop, and I don't think that Nolan Bishop's going to have anything for the Cotter train.
Yeah, definitely a quick one around the track right now. I do wonder if that little bit of rain made the track a little more slick, but otherwise these cars are looking good out there, and we'll see what happens once the mandatory caution comes out.
Indeed. But now, the car that I've been happy with all weekend long, Brian Willett, and he has eluded the podium all day from mistakes that he made, I think, yesterday in the same class. He had to pull off, and it cost him 4 positions. He tried to squeeze back in at the position that he finished, but apparently, according to the core rulebook, if you pit, you have to at least start 4 positions behind. didn't either. Now, see, that gives me more information to talk about. See? What's that? She was getting ready to sing or something. I just a squirt of candy. Kids don't eat candy anymore. They just squirt it in their mouth. When I was a kid, I used to do the same thing. So I obviously eat candy like we're gonna. Now at my age, I don't eat any candy. Nothing. No candy, no cookies, no cake. No
I
ice
think
cream,
third place
nothing.
is losing a tire. The driver's side back tire.
I think you're calling it just right. Nolan Bishop gonna have to give up position. The driver's rear tire of Nolan Bishop is definitely gone down, and that's gonna either bring him to pit or pull off. So tough break for Nolan Bishop.
Are they restocking?
Well, all right.
I like this. So that way, I like the cameras, so that way you can like watch and like not watch at right there.
Exactly right. So now you know what we have to talk about. Like this drone footage right here, you can see it now. Nolan Bishop, that flat tire, or did they pit and get it fixed? I think they pit and got it out there. I missed the pit. Wow. I didn't see it either. No, Nolan's still dealing with the flat tire. Okay, I thought they had pitted. Nope, it's coming off the rim now. It looks like it's getting ready to come off the rim. Or Nolan Bishop's just gonna nurse it all the way around. You can see the rim sticking out right there. That tire coming off the rim. And this is gonna say, I don't know if he has a pit ready to change it or what's going on. So, all right, no tire change for Nolan Bishop. You're going to go backwards. Or is it Nolan Bishop? It is. So now, we've got Mason Cotter and Brian Willett. They have been battling all weekend long. If you see Brian Willett and Mason Cotter, these two know the moves of each other all too well.
Definitely, yeah. I think that's why it makes it so fun to watch them out there and them battling it out. But Mason Cotter is definitely a man on a mission today and keeps extending his lead.
Well, I think what we have them making right now is not necessarily a rivalry, because rivalries are where there's a lot of friction between the two. These two are not rivals. I do believe that they are just racers of the same class that just know each other's moves and make sure and pay attention. But I know when they're done at the end of the race, they shake hands and they're friends. So I don't think this is a bona fide rivalry. I could be wrong, but I don't think it's a rivalry at all. I think it's just good, wholesome racing. A little bit of break of the weather right now, thank goodness. We had quite a little weather spurt right there. But the track still maintaining its moisture, looking great out there. And such a tough break for Nolan Bishop after being in second place, trying to reel in Mason Cotter. Nolan Bishop right now having to pull over, no pit, no tire. Right now we have 3 to go out of 12 laps, so they are on lap number 9. And the leader is still Mason Cotter. And if Mason Cotter just drives it on home, I have a feeling Mason Cotter is going to be our winner.
Yeah, I do too. He's always been a good driver, and so is his brother Wyatt.
I had to agree. Wyatt Cotter, Mason Cotter, they are just two very seasoned. And, man, if you know you're lining up with them, you know you're going to have your hands full.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. All right. So, hey, You asked me point blank off the microphone. You said, hey, me and Hudson, do you think we're just siblings or are we twins? And your answer was, you guys are what?
Twins.
You guys are twins.
Yeah.
And you're older.
2 minutes older.
You remind them all the time, hey, I'm 2 minutes older than you, so.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I love that. That's sibling rivalry at its best. Did you guys, you and Ryder, ever have sibling rivalry? A little bit, yeah. I bet it was you. I bet it was all you. White flag flies for Mason Cotter.
Do you want me to go order your food?
Well, Mia Chapman just one more corner to negotiate, and Mason Cotter is going to find himself on top of one more podium for the weekend. And look at Brian just showing off flying the drone sideways. I love those drone pilots. We have great pilots here at the championship off-road racing. Well, you know what? We went a little crazy up here, but we got it held down. Here it is, Brian Willett, second place. And Mark Queen, the number 87, your third place finisher. We're going to talk with the drivers. I just laid that blanket right down in the wetness, didn't I? I'm not that bright. I have a feeling now we're going to run this out of propane. Well, I'm not saying run out. I'm saying it'll be on now until it runs out, whenever that is, because it's now blocked. Now, it's not going to puff out, is what I'm saying. Finally, we've got it down pat. We'll talk with the drivers coming up. I'm wondering what the hurry is after the race. What? Oh, okay. Gotcha. Like, what the heck? Oh, jeez. All right, gentlemen. Let's get it going out there. Great race. I am liking this podium. Mark Queen doing a great job out there.
Thank you.
Well, tell us about the race, but having to deal with the weather and get it done here at third place.
Oh, well, the rain kind of sucked because I kept having to wipe my visor. No, I kept getting roosted by Willett. I bicycled in the last corner, so I was the car for just maintain.
Well, it definitely was a great thing. We definitely have found the dead zone on this microphone. It is right here. Nothing. Right here it gets it. But, well, all right, man. Still a great race to watch and spectacular, and we're braving the rain to watch you guys race.
Yeah, it was fun.
All right, very good. Let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
Queen Racing, K&N Shock Therapy, Z-Max Titans Performance, Rockstar Custom Motorsports, MRT, my dad, Brittany, Memphis, and Kendall for making all my GoPro videos.
All right, very good. That's a great job. Mark Queen with third place out here. And, man, I do believe that is the death spot. Man, I've been waiting to talk to you all weekend long, and you finally got it done here. I know second place probably not the position you want, man, but you've been strong all weekend, and a little bit of controversy yesterday you had to deal with, but a little redemption here today for second place.
Yeah, definitely wasn't the best start of the weekend, but I was able to come back today with a fixed car and get second place.
Well, that car looks strong. You know, as I told you yesterday, I'm definitely becoming a fan of yours. I just like your style, I like the way you race, and, dude, you definitely are, a tough competitor here to deal with.
Yeah, and I think the rain, I kind of liked it because it just had the track perfect. It was all nice and wet, so it was pretty nice.
Well, I'm very glad you confirmed that because I've been standing here. I as well am a racer. I'm looking at that going, there is no perfection right there. Perfection indeed on that one.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
I'd like to thank Will Sports, IMG Motorsports, my mom, dad, and Sneaky for making my car good for the weekend.
All right, well, this guy's Sneaky getting a lot of attention. Brian Willett, I'm a big fan, second place. But, man, all weekend long, strong, Mason Cotter. You know, what happens then when you guys keep winning and getting on the podium, I got nothing else to say. I'm sitting there going, what am I going to say now? This guy's won it all. Dude, you guys, the Cotters, you guys are very strong. When we see you on the lineup, we pretty much know it's going to be a Cotter sweep.
Yeah, that was a fun race, but it was difficult at the same time because I put my visor down and the rain was so cold I couldn't wipe it because every time I wipe it just smears, and when I put my visor down and my breath fogs it all up inside because it's so cold, so I couldn't see anything, so I had to run with my visor up and got getting pelted in the face with rocks and stuff, and it kind of hurt just from my car too. Imagine if somebody was in front of me, that would have really hurt.
Man, if that's your ailment and you drive that fast, jeez, that's saying a lot.
Yeah, that was a pretty difficult race, but the track was perfect.
All right, well, very good. Let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
I'd like to thank Andrew and all the guys at Sneaky, Method, Hoosier, Gates Belts, Polaris, and my dad, Brad, and everybody else who helps me.
Mason Cotter, everybody. I'm running out of things to say with this young man first place. Do that again. No, he said, woo! And no, not on the mic. He said, nope, not doing that. Mia Chapman, are you up there? Who we got up next?
We have our Pro NA class coming up next.
Whew. Well, all right. Well, the weather challenges we are combating up here in Race Command have been pretty challenging so far. And for the first time of the weekend, I was able to walk up here. The girls were able to put a tarp up here to keep our propane heater on. Came up here for the first time. The seat was warm, ready to go. And we are almost ready for our very next race. This is the Pro NA. Now, this is the naturally aspirated class. We've got some big names out here. This is going to be the Pro class. And great names and great racing going on right here. So let's start it off. The number 22 car, Cruz Burchard, out there in number 22. Number 64, Bobby Van Beekem from R&R Steel. Number 77, Braden Baker. 99, Jonah Bishop. And that's exactly why they were getting that tire. They were rushing there. They said, hey, the pit's right here in front of the grandstand now. But they were getting that car ready because he is also making this race in the Pro NA. And Chase Mankin out there in the 101. The number 295 car will be driven by Michael Bernstein. And ready for this, Trent Olette. Got it right this time. 922. And Brian Farrell will round this field off in 946. Great field of cars, 12 laps here for the pros. You heard the class just prior to us on the podium saying, man, the track perfect. So, I mean, and I said, I'm not even racing, and I've been looking out at the track all day saying it is perfect right now. The conditions, no complaints from anybody down there.
Definitely, yeah. It looks like it really has come in, and it looks great out there. And, you know, this next class, they're called the pros for a reason. They know, you know, how to lay it down and put on a good show and also keep it clean. So looking forward to seeing this one for sure.
Well, two of the big classes, if you're joining us here on Rumble or you're out here in the grandstands, and you can see the grandstands, they're braving the rain as well, because if you're at an off-road race and you're taking the time, you either came in and paid your money or you are one of the teams out there watching it. You are all chasing the pros right now, and you're trying to get up to that class. Being a pro in these classes, that's a big deal. You know all about it, and you're running pro now these days, so you know there's a target on your back at all times in a pro race.
Definitely, yeah. No, some stiff competition. You know, we saw it yesterday, and some mechanical failures here and there. So I think it'll make for an interesting day today. As you know, last day of racing, they're going to put it all out there.
Yeah, that's something we hadn't even talked about. After you come out here all weekend long, you've been learning the track conditions. You try different things. You set your car different. You set the engine different. You set the tires different. Shock settings different. But on the last day, it's exactly that. You let it all hang out. It's for whatever reason we do that. You know, you let it all hang out, learn some things or not learn some things, and give your last go for it. And you know, there are some teams out there. They have a great first race, so coming out here, they literally just wash the car up, tighten some bolts, make a change, a click or two on the shocks, and you get right to it. But there's a lot of teams that had to make major changes, such as your brother. They actually had to overcome a head gasket, and as we found out, they did not indeed able to overcome that problem. Well, all right, we're going to take a little bit of a pause here. Jen just told me that we're going to have a little bit of pause, so stick around. Racing coming up next. All right, we said it before. I said it earlier. We're racing rain or shine. Off-road racers, I hope you got your tear-offs ready and set, ready to go. Well, here we are leading the pack. It's the 101 car of Chase Mankin. And look at this into turn one, rain. And they're going for it. They're going to start slinging mud. Mia Chapman, we've got an exciting race on our hand. They're racing in the mud. One car over in turn one already. And that looks like the number 922 of Trenton Olette, I believe. Or was that the Baker? No, Trenton made it through. The car is up and over now. But right now enjoying the clean up front is Chase Mankin. Right behind him, though, Bobby Van Beekum and Cruz Burchard. Or Burchard. Burchard or Burchard. I'll find out how to say it. If you're watching live, I'm sorry I've not been on the microphone. We took our little food break and I'm still up here eating. But Chase Mankin out front got his hands full to Bobby Van Beekum. And it would appear that Chase Mankin right now taking the vet to school.
I think a little something we have to remember too is it is a bone stock engine in that 64 car that's out there, so definitely takes a lot more of driving the car and really hitting your marks, and he's definitely doing that out there and trying to reel that gap back in.
Well, Mia Chapman, a fabulous race so far out here on this rainy day. Chase Mankin extending his lead over Bobby Van Beekem. So I was on the podium. Can you? As I tucked to the podium, Nolan Bishop and the crew were over there trying to get a tire on that car as fast as they could. Well, now I know why they're racing this race. So Chase Mankin, the youth out there, Bobby Van Beekem in this rain has nothing for him.
Yeah, I think this competition caution will be interesting because Bobby did start all the way in the back and made his way up to second. So maybe we'll see some more action up in the front once we start this green flag.
Well, Mia Chapman, we talked about this rain. You race a lot of short course. And you said to me while the rain was coming down, you wouldn't find yourself out there in the rain.
Yeah, it's a challenging component to add to a racetrack. I mean, the rain is coming down, and it makes the racetrack slicker. It makes it harder to see once the rain gets in between your tear-offs. But, I mean, if you got to do it, you got to do it, and you make the best of it, and, do your best out there.
Well, I've come from the school motocross race. If it's raining, we still go out there. So I've grown accustomed to race behind the goggles and the helmet. But off-road racing, a little different. Closed face helmet, tear-offs. What's that? No, in the motocross we have an open face helmet. But I was saying when you run short course, you got the closed face helmet, skirt, your neck restraint, and you take the chance of your lens fogging up. So one of the challenging things is to keep your lens from fogging up as well. So I do understand the difficulties of racing in the rain. The craziest thing is when you're behind a competitor that's got a big roost, and you're behind him and you're trying to hold that position and you are just getting impaled by the roost coming off that vehicle in front of you. We're going to see some dirty drivers on the podium right now. So tough break out there for the 295 car of Michael Bernstein. Car stalled out of turn 3. But looks like he's got that car back in action and back out to do battle out in this rain. But a man that the rain doesn't even seem to be at all phasing, Chase Mankin, and he's going to be the cleanest one of the bunch because he has led this race wire to wire. Now I know Bobby Van Beekem too, my age, and I've been announcing with him at the races for a long time. I can already hear Bobby Van Beekem on the podium right now. He's going to have something to say about the rain.
Definitely. It'll be a good interview to see for sure.
Well, just 2 laps to go. And Chase Mankin will be on top of the podium. I have a feeling he's going to drive that car all the way home. The rain doesn't seem to be bothering him at all. Bobby Van Beekem in 3rd place. And Trent Nolette. And Trent Nolette looking like he's having a little problem with his shock or a broken sway bar. And that car very heavily taxed going here into turn 3. And you can hear that car heavy on the RPMs, but the RPMs do not match the speed of him going forward. White flag flies. So can Trent Nolette hold it down? And you can see oh, indeed, he's got a broken rear bumper, or a sway bar mount must have come off. Something has been damaged in that car, and I do believe he's got a lot of body roll. Mia Chapman, look at his rear right here. You'll see it here in a second. And again, I don't think the RPMs are matching his speed. So we'll get the story here from Trent Nolette, rather. And Bobby Van Beekem, unofficially 2nd place. And Trent Nolette. Yes, indeed, there is a loose sway bar mount on that car, I do believe. You can see it when he jumps. It comes up from the suspension. But stick around. We're going to talk with them. Coming up next, Trent Nolette, Bobby Van Beekem, and your winner, Chase Mankin. rain already hit. The rain's pushing. Oh, that is a perfect photo.
Wait.
So perfect.
I've got the entire sequence. So 1 second. I've got another one, really good one.
Oh no! Man, everybody gets a screen Photoshop. That's perfect. I love it.
It was perfect.
It was.
I had to make one step back as he moved because
Yeah.
it was getting
Kind of
slightly
coming to
out
your
of
way?
range. No, he passed me, but it was slightly out of my.
All right, gentlemen, come on. We're braving the rain for you. Let's get on over here. Trent and Olette, get on up here. I know you got damage to that car, and we'll talk. We'll do the bench racing here in a second. But come on over here and let's do a podium. Well, Trent and Olette, first thing I got to say is I'm sorry I've been calling you Colette all weekend. That's an O, so I got to say I'm sorry to that. Notice that you broke the sway bar off, and I'm glad I called it correctly. I said, me, it looks like he's having sway bar problems in the back, so talk us through that.
Yeah, that was on me. I did a little bit of redneck fabrication, but it was working good till it wasn't. Farrell, I spun out and he drove up over me and he ended up on his roof. And but it is what it is. It's racing. I thought my car was for sure messed up, but it wasn't. I kept on driving.
All right, very good. You were able to actually the way you placed it was actually to break off, and you were still able to finish the race. So I think not too bad of placement. But yes, as you said, maybe a little more reinforcement to get it to stick to the frame. But all right, hey, let's talk about the people that make this race program happen.
2X Motorsports, the Graco family for all their help, Van Beekums, all my friends, family that came out and supported me. Thank you.
All right, very good. Trent Olette. I got it down, but let's move on to this person. Well, Bobby, I told Mia Chapman, I said, I can already hear this podium with Bobby on it, but let's not disappoint. Tell us about it and talk us through your race.
Well, as we know, the rain hit, and I had obviously the wrong tire choice. I got the only slicks out here. Obviously, they were great for the start, so I was able to get a great run on the start. But I didn't have any tear-offs. I got right behind this, and this kid drives the wheels off him, so I know. And I just ate all his dirt over and over and over and over, and especially on the restart. That was it. I just said, I backed off. We had plenty of room. Thank God I wasn't going to push it because it's just almost dangerous out there. It's pretty bad. It's pretty slick.
It is pretty slick, and you can look at the tires. They all have the right choice, but look at you. You are just clogged up. That picture right there says it all.
Yeah, that's great. Hey, I just want to thank everybody for coming, whoever's still here in the rain. It's just amazing that you're here. I'm glad to see some of these young youth come in, the young youth. Get it over here. The young youth coming out here racing with us. I love to see all these new pros coming up. It's great to see them, and I've been watching these boys grow up since they were. I watched this kid since he was 5 years old racing, so it's good to see that I'm actually racing him. Can't wait till my kid gets to race him next year. But I want to thank Corey, thank all of you for coming out, and thank the Lord for keeping us safe during that massive race. Thank you.
All right, Bobby Van Beekem, everybody. I told you the rain was going to be a factor. I'm trying to keep the mic, and I'm getting blown away here by the wind. I'm trying to keep everybody dry. All right, well, Chase Mankin, man, you earned that one. You got it done, and pulled a great lead on Bobby Van Beekem. That's got to say a lot.
Yeah, he just had the gun taken out of his hand with the tires, but it would have been an amazing race with that.
Well, it definitely looked great. You led wire to wire, and you just drove it on home.
Yeah, the rain just kicked in. That kind of put a big turn in everyone. So, yeah, definitely had the right tire choice this time. But, yeah, had a really cool race. Just thank you, everyone, for coming out.
All right, well, let's talk about the people that make your race program happen.
My mom and dad for getting me out here. Polaris, Maxxis, KMC Wheels, Baja Designs, Sparco. My aunt and uncle for coming out, and everyone else.
All right, Chase Mankin, always humble on the mic. Well, we got more races coming up. It's raining. We said here at court, we're racing, rain or shine. All right, everybody, bear with me. Just a few more races to go, and we just kind of waiting for the green light from the Corps Command Center up here. As we heard Bobby talk about, a little dangerous. Bobby actually went out there in full-blown. We were talking about tire choice, and Bobby brought the thing full to life. He is in his slicks, and you can actually see when they're lined up, everybody else a little bit more aggressive of a tire, and Bobby in his Hoosiers. Right there is a great picture if you see it on the frame right there. And as I said, I knew Bobby was going to talk about the rain, and I knew that was a factor. And great to interview. But sit tight, everybody. I will let you know if we're going to resume or wait. We'll find out. All right. It is going to be an official. We are going to take a pause here for the rain, for the weather. We have lightning in the area, so that is what we do right here. Rain and lightning. If we have lightning within 5 miles, and that is, we have it. So we're going to delay this race for until we have the official word to resume. Once again, we're delaying the race until further notice. I will. Yes, so if you are listening to my voice and you're on the metal stands, we got lightning coming, so let's get off here. I actually have been on a metal stage when it got hit. We were at Phoenix International Raceway, and it's no fun. So everybody else, we are postponing the race. We are postponing the race for now. Yes, for today. We are not, yes, a delay. There we go. We're delaying the race. There we go. The proper verbiage is, we're looking in about a half an hour to an hour. But if you can avoid the bleachers right now, that would be great. And we will resume as weather permits. So sit tight. Right now, we're going to have a delay in racing. Sit tight. Well, everybody, I got to tell you, after a great weekend of racing, great racing going on, an absolute fabulous Saturday and Sunday, the rain has changed everything. So, unfortunately, we are canceling today's rest of the races out there. We will keep you posted on what will be happening with points and everything, and if there will be a makeup race for the racers that did not get to race today. But that is going to do it. Kelvin is already up here officially. Kelvin, I'm coming over here to the camera, Kelvin. But Mia Chapman, that is it. The race has been canceled due to rain. So if you're online listening to us, that is going to do it. And it's still a sad day, but man, great day of racing. The racers that did get it in, and Core is forced to make this decision to stay safe. You were talking about it earlier. This is the right decision to make. Be safe for the drivers, and we got lightning coming up. There's too many chances to take, and we're canceling today's race.
Absolutely, yeah. Just looking at the track right now, there's a ton of standing water on it. So I think it's the best call and safest call around for the racers. But definitely a bummer, but we'll definitely make it up.
Well, you know, Core is a great RAN organization, and it's about safety first. So this is for you guys. We're going to keep you off the track. We'll keep you posted online. Make sure you check it out. If you're out there online watching this live, that's going to do it for us. No more racing for today, and that is a sad day. We're all heading back. We're all wet. We're all cold. You can actually see the breath already out here. But stick around. More racing coming up, and we are going to make the next race. More racing coming up with the Core Series is what I was trying to say. But today, round 4. Race number 2 Sunday is in the history books, and that's going to do it. So, Mia Chapman, that's going to do it for us. Signing out, Mia Chapman, let's say goodbye.
We'll see you guys at the next one. Thank you.
All right. Goodbye, guys.